Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Dark Souls Remastered, Prepare to Lore Edition. Today we're going to be going through a lot of fun stuff with the Kiln of the First Flame, Gwyn, and then going back to the DLC. So where we left off last time, we finished off with the Bed of Chaos and doing all of Siegmeyer's quests. And then we just gave Rickert the 2 embers from the various places we picked them up. And so I wanted to port back into the Catacombs and talk to Vamos and to give him like the Chaos Ember and all of that, just to see how that's going to go. So, a lot to talk about today. Senshin, welcome back in as always, and Emlyn, thank you for the good luck. Appreciate you guys being here. Vamos like this. So we get our God Boy voice as soon as we start up the stream. It's always nice.
Why, is that an ember from New Londo? And a fine ember it be. What'd he say? Why not leave it with me? I'll give you a flame to feast your eyes upon.
Just the voice quality always gets me with Vamos.
Yes, I see. Well, do not hesitate if you should change your mind. Well, you are a persistent one, are you not? But I'm afraid I'm a mere blacksmith. It's just me and my trade. I would be of no help to a righteous warrior such as yourself.
Goodbye. Oh, they're only 500. I forgot we could buy some from him. We may as well do that. Actually.
If that'll be all, then be gone with you. You'll spoil my focus. Why, is that an ember from New Londo? And a fine ember it be. What'd he say? Why not leave it with me? I'll give you a flame to feast your eyes upon.
I guess I never really talked to him to get him to tell me about where the Chaos Ember would be, but it's really not too important. Stella B, welcome back in. It's those skeleton vocal cords, exactly.
Yes, very well. We'll get these old bones to work. I've told you I have nothing to discuss. If I have anything to offer, it's my smithing, and nothing more. I'd be of more help with that ember from New Londo, of course. It's a shame the whole place was flooded.
And we just gave him that. Maybe he will tell us about the Chaos one now.
I've told you I have nothing to discuss. If I have anything to offer, it's my smithing, and nothing more. Speaking honestly, I must say that I'm at my very limit. There's no more work to be done. Unless I had the flame of that legendary witch. But that would require a visit to Lost Isolith. Impossible.
It's kind of funny to me that he says, like, going to Lost Isolith is impossible because he's a skeleton, so why couldn't he just walk through Nito's area? Certainly, though, like, trying to get the ember through the lava, that might actually be impossible for him, but...
I've told you, if I have anything, speaking honestly, but...
Okay, so that's pretty much all the special dialogue, and then once we leave, he should offer us, or he should recognize the other ember.
Well, what was that about? Don't be coming around here without a good reason.
It might be a tentacle beard. Effervescent, welcome back in. You said every time you talk to Vamos, you get this weird craving for burnt toast.
Why, that's an ember unlike any that I have seen. A very curious pattern. Could it be the flame of the legendary witch? I know. Suppose you left that ember with me. Old Vamos would never let you down. No, not ever.
Did I even read this? I don't think I did.
Fine then. I doubt you'd even... forget it. These bones won't fail me anytime soon. I'll come across another eventually. Well, what was that about? Don't be coming around here without a good reason.
Like the little icon for it, it's kind of a more robust looking flame. Maybe that's supposed to be like its chaotic nature at play. Alright, so this is an ember required for weapon ascension. Chaos Flame Ember is an art of the lost city of Isolith, handled only by blacksmiths knowledgeable in ancient methods. Blah blah blah. Chaos weapons are demon weapons augmented by humanity, which inflicts fire damage. So this does show that there is some kind of implicit connection between humans or humanity and darkness and demons, because the more humanity you have, the stronger the chaos weapons become. So maybe that also ties into how the Witch of Izalith created pyromancy after becoming the bed of chaos. Or maybe she didn't like directly create it like specifically, as much as it was a product of her transformation, I suppose. Almost forgot to read that. That would have been unfortunate.
Why, that's an ember unlike any that I have seen. A very curious pattern.
Michael, welcome in. What do they do with the voice acting with Vamos? Do they actually think this made sense? I mean, the fact that they didn't touch it up in the remaster makes me believe that it was intended.
No, not ever. Yes, splendid. Splendid indeed. My oh my, you precious little thing. I've told you.
So that's pretty much it with him.
Speaking honestly, well, what was that about? Don't be coming around here without a...
So with all of that said and done, we really don't have too much more utility for Vamos. I don't really intend to make chaos weapons, so we're going to kill him to loot some special items.
Trying to cause trouble, are you? I am Vamos the blacksmith, and I'm no bag of bones.
Don't know if he has a death quote. Talk about having a sweet spot on a weapon. That's kind of hilarious. Alright, so he doesn't say anything. That doesn't surprise me. He'll probably say something if we kill him, though. You think it's created from something Quaylana learned from her mother, and that's why Izalith's the godmother? Not touching, can't get mad. Forgot we need to actually warp back over there. So he should automatically be aggro. Let's go pick up our souls. Message off the screen and then fight.
Curses.
Poor Vamos just shatters everywhere. Pick up the Hammer of Vamos and a Royal Helm. Let's check those out. Metal Hammer of Vamos, a skeleton blacksmith deep within the catacombs who rarely speaks. Can be used as a strike weapon, but better left in the hands of its talented owner. So there's really not too much to talk about the lore of Vamos, unfortunately. I think he's a really cool character, and I think it's unfortunate that we don't get more to learn about him. But aside from that, there is the Royal Helm. Helm of Vamos, skeleton blacksmith of the catacombs. Partially made of gold and confers high resistance overall. The helm is believed to belong to an ancient royal line, but only Vamos would know for sure, and he shall never speak again. So, as to whom that royal line might be, we don't really have much in the way of guesses, although this is kind of a dumb thought, and it just occurred to me, so don't take this with any sincerity. Let me go to the next area, into a lighter area, before I make my stupid observation. I guess it doesn't matter. I was gonna say, like, before I saw the entire pattern, it kind of reminded me of, like, all of the eyes, or the general head shape of Ceaseless Discharge. But that was just kind of more of a passing resemblance. And I don't really think there's any other indications of what this design could have belonged to. At the very least, it is somewhat reminiscent of the effigy shield. I think that one's lower. Okay, no, this one is higher. I guess I might equip it. That'd probably be better to show off. It is somewhat reminiscent of the effigy shield, so maybe there's supposed to be a connection between Vamos and the occult, but other than just like these kind of passing resemblances, we don't really have much in the way to tie him to that, except I guess you can make the argument that he uses the ember from New Londo, but that doesn't really matter because, I mean, Andre uses the dark ember, I guess. So it's just kind of messy. But that's just some random thoughts that I had about that just then. What else? So next we have the giant blacksmith in Anor Londo, and I also wanted to go to Anor Londo after dealing with the Lord vessel just to see if Guinevere says anything differently. Actually, let's go check her out first, and then we'll come back. Let's go warp to Anor Londo. Chamber of the Princess? Is that easier? No, let's go to Anor Londo, because that way we could also kill the Dark Moon Firekeeper later on to get her soul to increase our Estus flasks, because we won't really need to return back here. I'll leave her be for now, so we can warp in later, or warp out. It's going to be a little bit of a trek to get there. Did I mute myself? Did you guys hear me yell at my dog? That's unfortunate. Alright, so I've been talking for a little bit, thank you. Effervescent says the stuff about the Chaos Ember. What did you have anything else you wanted to say about that? Because I was gonna double check to see what the Chaos Ember said before I realized that we just turned it in. I don't think there was anything else. That was like noteworthy about it though. When you realized they brought it back in Dark Souls 3, your jaw dropped? We didn't hear me yell at her. I mean, I wasn't like shouting at her. It's just her allergies have been bothering her, and she's been scooting more. So, trying to get her to not do that, which is kind of an exercise in futility. But oh well. So let's talk to our giant friend again.
What's that? Shiny, shiny. Give me that. I make weapons shiny. Tis pity.
Is it an LP stream if it doesn't actually accidentally mute himself? So I thought I undid my mute, so it's kind of funny. Because I knew I did it. I knew I muted myself, but I guess the unmute portion is the one that I get stuck on.
You come, I forge. We talk. You, good friend. I, very happy.
Thanks for the well wishes. I appreciate it. Finding this dude's corpse in 3 made you tear up. Yeah, it's kind of a punch in the gut.
Comet soon. What's that? Shiny, shiny. Give me that. I make weapons shiny. I had shiny, shiny. I make weapons shiny. You come, I forge. Shiny, shiny. Get shiny from Duke. Forge weapons. Make shiny. More happy. Talk, 'tis no good. But forge, very good. I help anytime. Talk, 'tis no good. No one home, everyone gone. But you, friend, you talk. I no talk, but happy.
Now that I think about it, his talking style kind of reminds me of Andre the Giant, go figure, from like the Princess Bride, or you know, just the wrestler in general. Though I mean, not like as his wrestling persona, he talked more normally compared to like Princess Bride. But I wonder if that was part of the inspiration for the voice actor. Let's go ahead and repair our things. Okay.
Comet soon.
So let's go see Guinevere again. Our illusory goddess. That giant's just a good boy, a hard worker. I said it the last time we came to him, but I love the way that he has to forge his weapons with like holding the things in its index fingers. It almost seems like a toy or a plaything. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna get got. Oh, hit the damn shield. I was gonna try to jump or run away. Oh, the second roll was good enough. Gonna die to the damn giant sentinels. Oh, did not have the poise to go through that one. These dudes are just annoying with this Vihander, just because it's really easy to hit the shield by accident, and the normal R1 can't stun them. And since I rely on the stun locks, I'm bad and don't know how to play with just the R1s. They really should have just given him a bigger forge. Joseph says he's always wondered by killing the Black Silver Knights how it sounds like somebody hitting the cymbals really hard. That's a good question. Maybe it just shows like the metallic nature of their armor more specifically. Cute, dumb giant smith is what Effervescent's saying. But yeah, let's take this stuff. Okay.
O chosen undead, thou hast journeyed far. Please, Father.
Okay.
Please.
So she doesn't say anything. That doesn't surprise me. Let's go fill up the Lord Vessel and then talk to her again. I don't think she says anything different. I'm just trying to be thorough here. You guess it's just a goofy take on the sign of the armor collapsing? Everyone loves the Giant Smith. Everyone knew what they were doing when they showed him dead in 3. Obligatory amazing chest ahead. Well, now it's behind. The poor state of our NPCs. Speaking of which, go see patches. I don't think we can buy anything else that's worthwhile right now.
You again. I see.
I guess there's the humanity. Oh, it's 20,000 for one. Okay. Let's go fill up the Lord Vessel. I might want to actually save state before this, now that I think about it. Oh, damn it. I actually just didn't record any of that. I felt like I was forgetting something, so looks like we're undoing ourselves and just getting all that footage again. My apologies. That was a big whoops on my part. So I'll just speedrun it, and at least now I know better what to do. Well, I guess you can't really speedrun it if I'm trying to get the footage. So I don't remember the last time I saved it. Hopefully it wasn't before the Beta Chaos. If it was, that's gonna suck, but... poop happens. At least we don't have to go see Guinevere. Oh, it's all the way back here. Okay. This isn't the end of the world. I'm not going to worry about the Dragon Covenant. We've pretty much already shown everything we can do with that off. Oh wait, no, I do want to run over there though. If for no other reason. No, we're going to go to the New Game Plus anyway. I don't even need to worry about the warping, I suppose. But it might be worthwhile to get all the dragon scales. No. I don't even care. I'm not going to like 100% this one. We've already done it on Steam. Let's get our slab. That'll be good enough. Yeah, she gets to live after all. We'll also... well, we don't need to see Rickert, because I did already record that, so that'll be fine. It'll just be the giant guy and... Vamos.
Why? Is that
Black Bloom, welcome back. Everyone loves the Giant Smith. And you guess blacksmiths overall are really beloved. You guess it's a mix of really useful gameplay and fun personalities. Joseph says, they're also characters you interact with pretty often, so you feel more close to them, in your opinion. They're beloved because they're key to a much easier time with the game. Yeah, I think you guys are pretty much all right about that. Alda's about to get knocked out and get your wisdom teeth extracted in a bit. Good luck, man. For whatever reason, I didn't have to get my wisdom teeth extracted, but hopefully you get some good painkillers and whatnot.
But I'm afraid I would be of no help to it.
So I'm not worried about that.
I've told you I have nothing to discuss.
Let him tell us about the embers.
It's my smithing and nothing more. I'd be of more help with that ember.
Who is this? This is Vamos. So he's kind of hidden in the catacombs, I guess.
I've told you I have nothing to discuss. If I have anything to offer, it's my smithing and nothing more. Speaking honestly, I must say that I'm at my very limit. There's no more work to be done. Unless I have the flame of that legendary witch. But that would require a visit to Lost Isolith. Impossible.
Did he tell me about New Londo yet?
I've told you I have nothing to discuss. If I have anything to offer, it's my smithing and nothing more.
Wasn't paying attention.
Honestly, I must say that I'm at my very limit. There's no more work to be done. Unless
Okay.
Well, what was that about? Why?
Effervescent says, oh, you know, you forgot to say last stream, but you could have actually sucked 10 humanity from Sieglinde with the Dark Hand and she wouldn't aggro. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I guess I could have shown that off.
With me, I'll give you a flame to feast your eyes upon.
Was it really 10 though? That's a lot.
Yes, very well. We'll get these.
Oh, actually, we do have the Chaos Flame again, so... Effervescent, did you have something you wanted to bring up? Because you linked the Japanese there, or did you just want me to compare them?
What was that about? Don't be coming around here without a good reason.
I like that we give him an ember that he's coveting, and then he's like, what the hell was that about? We had no reason at all for giving him that, I guess. Chaos weapons are demon weapons augmented by humanity, which inflicts fire damage. So, chaos weapons possess fire attack damage, or fire damage, and according to the humanity, they're strengthened. Demon weapons is essentially what the Japanese says. So overall, I think it's pretty much spot on for the English translation there. Blacksmiths are also the ones who get along with gruff protagonists like Guts and Goblin Slayer.
Why, that's an ember unlike any that I have seen.
He was only rhetorically asking for embers, yeah, apparently.
The flame of the legendary witch. I know. Suppose you left that ember with me. Old Vamos would never let you down. No, not ever.
While it's kind of annoying that the blacksmiths are split up and all that to use the embers, I guess from a gameplay perspective, it makes sense to split them up to make the player go search for them. Vamos is a bit more out of the way, but Rickert's really easy to find, as well as the giant blacksmith, so...
I've told you I have nothing to discuss. If I have anything to offer, it's my smithing and nothing more. Speaking honestly, I must say that but
Repair stuff just to get him saying something a little bit nicer.
if that'll be all, then be gone with you. You'll spoil my focus. Trying to cause trouble, are you? I am Vamos the blacksmith, and I'm no bag of bones. Curses!
That's kind of funny. And we already checked those out, so I'm not worried about it. So let's go back to Anor Londo. Or no, let's do the Lord Vessel first, because we were going to go back either way. Vamos sounds like a drive-thru window. You want a cherry Estus with your burger combo? That's a good point. About the Chaos Ember, it was just a minor point about translation. Effervescent said, your wisdom teeth are rotted to hell, but they don't cause you any trouble, so your dentist won't do anything. LOL, gotta love that NHS UK healthcare. If it won't kill you, we'll just leave it be? Well, yeah, maybe. At least it is covered by some healthcare. In the US, like, dental isn't included, and I'm pretty sure it's not included in Canada either. So, at the very best / worst, you can probably go to private practice and pay out of pocket. So, not too different from the US, I guess. Load that now. We've killed Vamos. Poor man. You wonder what he would look like with skin on his bones? So there is that one race in Dark Souls 2 of like dwarf people, but I forget what they're called, and I wonder if Vamos is supposed to be like one of them, or if like those people were based off of Vamos. Blackboom says, you think it was supposed to add some exploration to upgrading? You do like the idea that different classes need to see the different blacksmiths, or that finding a blacksmith's like finding an upgrade item? What is he? You missed the context, you apologize? So yeah, I don't remember what that race is called. The Black Knight Glaives OP? Welcome in, Drake Gunter. Mr. Lulster, welcome back in. We're doing pretty well. How about you? Just dropping by to say hi, but you can't stay now? No problem. I appreciate you checking in and wishing us well. Hope you're well as well. Overall, it goes with the general contradiction with the series that a lot of it is built for action and a lot is built for puzzles. No, I mean, I know I'd live just from dropping down. I'm just trying to get to a point to save it in case I want to look at things from different angles, essentially, for footage. Which, it probably won't matter with this. It probably has like a pre-rendered cutscene, but it's better to be safe than sorry at times. Slow walk up. Gurm is what you're talking about in DS2. Okay, sweet, thank you very much. So now that we've satiated the Lord Vessel, we're going to go back to Anor Londo just to see if anything changes. I'm pretty confident it doesn't, but at the very least, we should talk to the giant again. So, rip. So, Effervescent is actually from the US? Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. I guess there's really no reason to just bring it up out of the blue, though. It's all good.
Thou hast filled
Oh.
the Lord Vessel. Indeed, a worthy successor thou shalt be. My patience was not for nil. I beg of thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the world's fire. We have only thee. Please, father's role thou should assume, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. Kingseeker Frampt, the primordial serpent, shall guideth thee.
Actually, I don't remember if I pointed it out or noticed it the first time around. She says, end the eternal twilight?
Now thou shalt go forth, chosen undead. May thou be one with the sunlight forevermore.
But when we're in Anor Londo, we obviously don't see that eternal twilight. So maybe it's really supposed to be like Gwendolyn messing up what he's saying and revealing that he's kind of responsible for that eternal sunlight here in the midst of the eternal twilight, I guess. So I am a little bit surprised she actually did say something different, but it's cool. At least now we have footage of that. And that might actually be useful at some point, but let's go ahead and look at the Silver Knight description again, because I was actually watching another streamer, Raffarino, playing Dark Souls 1 blind for the first time. And she picked up the Silver Knight Shield. Do I not have one? Wow, that's weak. I was gonna show it off, but apparently the Silver Knight Shield says that that Gwendolyn, wow, that Guinevere is an illusion, but the Silver Knight armor doesn't. It just says that they remain in the Forsaken capital in the service of their goddess. So it's kind of an interesting discrepancy in the item descriptions, especially since the description's the same in Japanese. So it's kind of funny that the English one gets it right in one location, but then wrong in another. Sweet. Now let's go kill the Silver Knight up there. Maybe we'll get extremely lucky and it'll drop its item. Alright, no such luck. Rip. Wait, why do they even have Havel's ring back on? Let's go talk to our giant friend. But even going back to like Guinevere's dialogue there about ending the eternal twilight, within the intro cinematic of the game, they talk about how man only sees like endless nights or something like that. I don't remember the English, but it's clear in Japanese that it's the world of men which only sees everlasting night. And so with Lordran not technically being part of the world of men, you could kind of separate the two that way. So I suppose overall it is still a bit of a screw up that she said it that way. Alright, KD, welcome in. What'd you miss? Not too much. We just killed some NPCs. We gave some embers to the blacksmiths, and then we filled up the Lord Vessel. Joseph says, it took you like 4 playthroughs to realize there was a blacksmith in New Londo? Oh, in New Londo? Oh, yeah. I thought you said Anor Londo for a second. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, it took me, I think, my second playthrough to notice Rickard as well.
I make weapons shiny.
No.
Tis pity. Comet soon. What's that?
Blackboom says, it's sort of like the idea where there's multiple ways to get through every challenge by figuring out the mechanics, upgrades, and items. Michael says, not everyone the Netherlands represent. I think I missed the context of that. Effervescent says, all you really wanted to say about the UK versus USA was, while the healthcare and dental care in the UK is crap, at least it's something, better than nothing. Taxes are higher, but they're more costly in the USA.
I had shiny.
Also, quality of food is way higher in the UK overall, you gotta say. The Silver Knights don't know Guinevere's an illusion. They have shrunken heads. They do know, apparently, according to the shield.
You come, I forge.
Drake says there are a ton of differences in the translation. I feel like yes and no. For the most part, it gets at the core of the ideas. But unfortunately, I feel like it ends up being a case of like survivor bias, where the mistakes are the... Since we only really give attention to the mistakes or the differences, it's going to seem like there's more mistakes than there really are, just because that's all we're focusing on.
Tis no good.
But that being said, there are some significant differences as well, so I'm not trying to completely diminish it as well.
Talk. Tis no good. No one home. Everyone gone. But you, friend, you talk. I no talk, but happy.
I'm going to assume you told me about the Duke stuff. Okay. That should be it here. Okay.
Comet soon.
Oh, I forgot to buy Homeward Bones from Vamos, so I done goofed. Because I repaired my weapons instead, or my equipment instead. Actually, this way is probably faster at this point. Does your equipment durability get reduced if you just fall? Maybe. Might be worth checking out. I guess I could have used the dark sign, but then we wouldn't have a silhouette like that to look at. Hamlin says, does that mean the sun is staying in Lordran? Like it's stuck in place above Firelink? No, it's more like it's gone just because it's not present for the most part. Okay, so I guess falling to your death doesn't reduce equipment durability. So with all of that done, I'm not going to save scum just yet, although now that I think about it, I do want to use some humanity, so maybe I should save scum it. Wait, can we kindle the Lord Vessel? No. How many does this give? Does this actually give 20? Okay, figures. Not that surprised. So let's go ahead and reverse our hollowing. And then I'm gonna go through and fight Gwyn now before doing the DLC, just because I'm already over leveled, but I don't want the fight to be completely trivial. So just for the fun, we'll go and summon Solaire this time around, just to round that out. And then once we're done with this, we'll go back to the DLC. Maybe I'll go through the first section of the Darkroot Garden, the one section that I hadn't explored yet, since it'll be thematically relevant to the area. I did reverse my hollowing, right? I feel so forgetful. Okay. So let's go ahead and exit out and then save it. So we don't have to do any of that again. Well, I guess it's mostly for the footage. Yeah, it's for the footage. Never mind. I don't need to save because I already saved right in front of the Lord Vessel. Michael says, you're guessing they thought it was repetitive to keep saying she's an illusion on each piece of the Silver Knight armor? I think they could have changed something in development, or they could have just overlooked the word. It is one word based on, I think it was just the one character in Japanese. And sometimes it's easy to forget everything in a description as you're translating it and keep like literally everything in. Oh yeah, before we go in too much further, let's go pull out the binoculars. Look at these dudes over here. So this area as we come into the first flame is truly a mystery. I know some people in the lore community like to refer to this area as the Abyss. So essentially like the Abyss without an A in front of it. Just because it seems to be like the opposite of the Abyss. Because it's a completely white area where we have souls running across it. Compared to the Abyss, which is covered with darkness and humanity sprites. So maybe this is supposed to be the kind of inversion of that idea. With that being said, as we start to come into the Kiln of the First Flame, with this kind of rift in dimensions here, it almost seems like we're going on to a more literally like spiritual plane, perhaps. So is all of Lordran like this, or is it really just surrounding the First Flame, specifically the Kiln of the First Flame? We don't really know for sure. I think overall it's a really cool area. I just wish there was even a hint as to what this really was in the lore. Because this is all we get. Just figure it out. The fact that we've got like the Wandering Silver Knights in it, or are these actually supposed to be Black Knights? They're probably Black Knights. Suggests that they may have been caught in the flames as Gwyn linked fire. I think these are Black Knights. Yeah, because they've got the horns. Okay. Which makes sense. You haven't played DS3 in Japanese? What does Sparkly the Crow say? In DS1, Snuggly says hua hua? I don't know. In Japanese, the giant blacksmith says kira kira for shiny, which more literally means like glittering or sparkly. Yeah, what is Pikachu? Oh, Pika Pika, duh, that's dumb. Sometimes I forget my onomatopoeia in Japanese. I was gonna say it's like what Pikachu says, but that's totally not true. Oh yeah, Japanese is really flexible with their words to describe sounds and sparkly, shiny things. So I think going with shiny instead of like glittery, it still works. I don't know. I think it's fine. KD says, you probably won't hang around for long. You finally got demon souls. You're drawn to the accursed land and need to seek the enticing power of demon souls. But it's a shame that you miss Oolacile. Well, no worries, KD. I understand that, people want to play their own games. You're perfectly welcome to do that. I do want to thank you all the times for dropping in and leaving comments. I appreciate that. And, prithee be careful in your demon souls hellscape. Giant like sparkles, what a bub. Doesn't Pua Pua mean fluffy? Yeah, it can. It's more like bubbly, floating, fluffy. Like, you could describe, like, I think cake as hua hua at times. Like sponge cake, maybe? I don't know. The Kiln being in the open air is quite strange. They're Black Knights, they don't have capes. Oh, okay, so the capes separate them. That would have been really easy to distinguish them at that point. And welcome back in, Venom. The setting is very evocative. Aren't the Black Knights Silver Knights but battle-scarred? Kind of. It sounds like the Black Knights followed Gwyn with the linking, but at the very least, as we encounter them throughout the games, they also said to have fought the demons. So whether they fought demons beforehand and were also known as Black Knights is, I guess, unsure. Maybe there's something a bit clearer in the lore that I just don't remember off the top of my head, though. So as we do come into the Kiln of the First Flame, we see that it's covered with ash everywhere. Kind of similar to Ash Lake, but this is more of a gray-colored ash as opposed to, like, white one. Not that that, like, really matters. And then we will have, like, the Black Knights here charging at us. And so these Black Knights will respawn. The other Black Knights throughout the game do not. We get the Black Knight shield and a Titanite jump. One of the weirder things about coming into the Kiln of the First Flame to me are like these kind of tree-like figures or pillars or posts that we have. They seem as though like there was an explosion, but just the general direction in which they face is a bit confusing to me. Because in some areas it looks like the explosion would be more to the left, but in the other ones it looks like the explosion was more towards the center. Like the location of the way that like curves up, or even that one, and the way that the little, I don't know what to call these, not stalagmite or stalactite since they're sideways, these little appendages or tendrils go. It's just kind of strange to me. So maybe like it's swirled about in a fire. Maybe that would be the example. So the first Black Knight that we fought had the straight sword, and then this one has the great sword. And so if you wanted to farm the Black Knight weapons and you weren't lucky earlier, you'd be able to get them from these guys here. So pretty much at the very end of the game. Okay. Black Knights are ghosts, wraiths if you will, kind of, yeah. Time travel, the Kiln exists outside the illusion of the world. That might also be a good way of reading it, Error Robo. And I also don't remember if I welcomed you in, but I did see you earlier. Or maybe that was your first message. The Kiln does feel separate from the rest of the world. And you said that could be interesting, like it's the same Kiln in every world. So yeah, that's another popular theory amongst the fans, that no matter what world links the fire, it could affect all of the worlds. So if for whatever reason the canonical ending was the quote-unquote dark ending in Dark Souls 1, that doesn't necessarily prohibit another undead from coming along and linking it after the chosen undead walks away. So it could have been like a little bit of a MacGuffin ending. I don't necessarily think it matters if the chosen undead did link or if they walked away, but at the very least, it's kind of a plausible idea. We picked up the Black Knight set. Ooh, we got the sword as well as the shield. So we just got decked out with our Black Knight armor right there. Let's see. So as I was saying with like the little effects over there, they come towards the right, which is consistent with what we had in the beginning of the area. But then as we look that way, it starts to twist around. Which makes me wonder if it was like a spiral type formation, kind of like the Milky Way galaxy or something like that. I thought there was something else I was going to say based on what you guys just said there. Oh yeah, with the kiln. So yeah, if the kiln is connected to every world, it could fit out very well together because we can summon a character like Solaire. So it's possible that he links his own flame, because Miyazaki says that like if you succeed his quest and save him, he'll link the flame in his own world. So whether Solaire linking his flame means that the flame gets linked in every other world, we don't really know for sure. I like the idea overall because it would kind of have like a true central focal point within the Dark Souls thing, the world. It would kind of set up, I think, a good continuity as for why time is quote-unquote convoluted, and why heroes from different ages or realms can kind of resurface, because they could have just been heroes from another world, I guess. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, he lived. Alright, so I'm gonna read all the Black Knight stuff, and then we'll go fight Papa Gwyn. Model-wise, you think the cape is the best way to distinguish them? Yeah, probably. They followed without his knowledge, you think? Maybe. I don't think they would have listened to Gwyn if he told them to go away. They seemed like his royal bodyguard, essentially. Let's go ahead and summon in Solaire for this next fight. Let's change our shield to the crest one to have like the full cosplay experience for Oscar. Or the cover art, essentially. Black Bloom says, you think fighting the demons what made their armor black, and then they got burned into ghosts after being charred by the linking of the flame. That's kind of how I feel. I just don't remember for sure the exact order of events, and I might need to, like, look at everything next to each other to make that kind of a statement more confidently, I suppose. Michael says, you're guessing the demon fire is also why they don't have capes. Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool idea to go with it. J. Dixon, welcome in. Hey, yourself. Could have been burnt off. The Black Knights were basically the most loyal Gwyn Knights, ready to face him into hell itself and even further beyond. The Kiln is like the Dreadkeep post-Felionor's awakening the real world. Yeah, that might also be another way to interpret things, and thank you for bringing that up, because I kind of forgot that's something that has been posited before. So yeah, I didn't mean to mention, like, this place is covered with ash. It is similar to the kind of ending area of the, what's it called? The Ringed City DLC, where you fight Gale, which is covered with ash. We don't really see signs of life or civilization, but it is interesting to me that they have, like, this gigantic structure built around the First Flame, or the Kiln of the First Flame. Makes me wonder if, just how large the First Flame was, when they built this, why they built this, why it's not connected to Lordran, and a whole bunch of questions that are just kind of unresolved, unfortunately. Oh, can we actually see Gwyn from here? I didn't even know you could look over it this way. Oh, you can! That's cool. So his sword's on fire. I don't think I'll be able to see over the rock, though. Wonder if I could, like, jump up. Oh, no. But that's still him over there. That's cool. Okay. Actually scared myself there for a second. Right, yeah, so it looks like there's an invisible wall. Otherwise, try to get a better look. So that's Papa Gwyn over, like, in the Kiln of the First Flame, where the First Flame should have existed, or does exist? I don't know. I'll talk about that more in a moment. You like imagining that the flame exploded outwards, but upon hitting that big wall, it swirled around within the perimeter. Yeah, that might be right, just because otherwise it's really hard to explain, like, why they swirl around in different directions here. So, as we come like this way, they start swirling more inwards, which doesn't make a ton of sense without that kind of interpretation that it swirls around instead of just like being a big explosion, kind of like a missile or a bomb or like a nuke or something. Effervescent, you said that you don't take the geography from anything like game in DS1 so strictly because it was rushed in development. The setup of the kiln looks a lot like Hades' Tower. Hades says, you remember once you said that the Age of Grey was described as ash-colored age, or you're misremembering? So yeah, that might actually be a deliberate pun set up by the developers, in which case is just kind of really lame and kind of mind-bogglingly hilarious at the same time. So when they mention in the intro cinematic that the world's covered in... Let me look it up again real quick. The world is gray, covered with ash, crags, rocks. Let me look it up. In the Age of Ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog, a land of gray crags, arc trees, and everlasting dragons. So the Japanese is closer to like in an ancient age, the world wasn't divided, and it was covered with mist, gray / ash colored rocks and giant trees and unwithering ancient dragons. Or sorry, there was only ash-colored rocks, trees, and unwithering / everlasting dragons. So, the term for gray in Japanese is haido, which is literally like ash-colored. So, by the time of Dark Souls 3, when we kind of come into an age of ash and whatnot, it does lend the question of, was this all just a really elaborate pun? Which is kind of disappointing, but also kind of hilarious. And a little bit unfortunate that we couldn't come to that conclusion in English. So I don't necessarily think it's deliberate. It's just kind of funny that it can come full circle that way, that after the age of, like, before the fire, there's like an age of ash coloration, and then even after the fire, they'll return to a color, or an age of, like, ash, I guess. Patch again, welcome back in. What'd you miss? So we're going to the Kiln of the First Flame to fight Gwyn, maybe once or twice, and then we're going to go into the DLC before I'm like ridiculously overleveled. You don't think you're emotionally prepared for the music right now? You think it's a matter of remembering that the Dark Souls is both literal and metaphorical at once? It's not a world you're meant to completely take as either one. Yeah, I agree with you. Drake says, if you fight Gwyn, doesn't it end your run? Yeah, and as the others have pointed out, I saved right beforehand, so... You're missing the Astor straight sword for the full cosplay? Yeah. Some sacrifices had to be made. Katie says, you think it was in 3 that it was clearly stated that they fought the demons, and that's why they're black? I think you're right. I just don't remember like when Gwyn linked versus when they fought the demons, because they could have potentially fought the demons after Gwyn and linked, but I don't want to say for sure off the top of my head. But you're right. You can't see Gwyn there in the Switch version? Okay. First Flame's pretty huge when you link it in the ending, contrasting with DS3's pathetic sputter. Yeah, and that was something I was going to bring up as well. Black Bloom says, linking the flame has diminishing returns. At the point of Dark Souls 3, it becomes quite futile. You can't make the world burn itself over and over and expect it to not run out of stuff to burn. Let's look at Gwyn while I check out chat again. You can kind of see the sword over there. You can see him. Right up there at the top. Leading into the Ring City ending landscape where there's literally nothing left to burn. Katie says, you think that From just had the idea that they couldn't pay too deep attention to those things because they lacked time? You feel like the Kiln wasn't rushed? It was quite a spike in quality for this game, so you think it got proper time? You think the items say that they were burnt into ashes? Oh, items say that they were burnt to ashes when the flame was linked, so they died. Yeah, I think there might have been that conflicting element to both. Oh yeah, we picked up the Black Knight set, so that's what I was going to look at. Check out the shield first. Let me get some water. Shield of the Black Knights that wander Lordran. A flowing canal is chiseled deeply into its face. Long ago, the Black Knights faced the Chaos Demons and were charred black, but their shields became highly resistant to fire. Alright, so this description makes it sound like it was the war with the demons which made them become Black Knights, which makes me wonder if they fought the demons and then followed Gwyn linking because they were already Black Knights. So that's kind of how I feel, but that's why I was saying like I didn't want to say anything for certain without double checking everything. We also got the Black Knight sword. Great sword of the Black Knights who wander Lordran, used to face chaos demons. The large motion that puts the weight of the body into the attack reflects the great size of their adversaries long ago. Pretty straightforward. Armor of the Black Knights who haunt Lordran. The knights followed Lord Gwyn when he departed to link the fire, but they were burned to ashes in the newly kindled flame, wandering the world as disembodied spirits ever after. So now that I think about it, the stuff with the quote-unquote bis that we saw earlier, I'll just leave it over there, I'm not going to run all the way back that way, makes me wonder if all of the Black Knights that we fought coming into this area were the types of spirits that we already fought. That we saw walking through there. And maybe the same goes for Dark Souls 3 as well. Maybe they're all still swirling around the flame, but they can just kind of manifest themselves in different parts of quote-unquote reality for Lordran. I don't fully believe that. I'm just kind of like, this is an idea. I wonder what we can make of it, kind of thing. So, going back to the whole description, let's pull up the armor again. Because there is, even in Dark Souls 1, that little bit of a discrepancy between, like, they were burned to ashes in the newly kindled flame. I can understand why people would think that going into the flame would mean that they became Black Knights then, but according to the sword description, it sounds like they were quote-unquote Black Knights when they got charred by the Chaos Demons and whatnot. So, I guess they were already Black Knights by the time they were following Gwyn into the flame. That's kind of something worth keeping track of, I suppose. Foxy Boxer, welcome back in. You said seeing the zone bring back so much nostalgia. Always loved the otherworldliness of the Kiln. Compare the Kiln to Area 5-4 of Demon Souls. For a final area, it's clear to you that the Kiln was rushed. Sorry, 1-4 of Demon Souls. Kiln's more like under the Nexus. So yeah, I feel like the Kiln is supposed to be the Nexus. And so when we look at the white area beforehand, it probably represents like a break in reality, or maybe more of like a concentration of it. Might be a better way of phrasing it, where this is like the most real or most spiritual location in the Dark Souls universe, the Nexus, like the focal point of all of the worlds. So that might be why we can summon in Solaire. So I don't know. So maybe whoever lights a flame, it might end up linking all of the flames. So let's go fight Papa Gwyn, and we're not actually going to two-hand because this dude's weak to parrying. Oh wait, let me... I wasn't trying to do it like that. Okay, we've got a ton of Estus. So we want to see Solaire fight Gwyn. For the visuals, plin plin plan. Oh, he got a grab off. That was awesome. Our boy Solaire's not doing so hot. I think he yeeted him out of the arena. He 1000% did. Wonder if I can get up behind him without him getting aggro. It's kind of... This is really funny, actually. Oh, he's shooting him from outside. Damn it. I was trying to look at his face. And crap. I think that was my fault for like trying to look at Gwyn at the beginning of the fight. Instead of like running in so he didn't throw Solaire out. Maybe oh yeah, I was gonna say maybe I should die so we can summon Solaire again. I'm surprised that happened, but it happened. Effervescent says, have you played Demon Souls? The final area of the game, 1-4, is one of the toughest areas. Has loads of harder enemies, a dragon, and an NPC Black Phantom. No, unfortunately, I have not played Demon Souls. No PS3 or 5. Feels bad, man. Rudolph von Stroheim, welcome back in. You said Dark Souls is one of the games ever made. It certainly is one of them. Spectrum says you got here and you're fighting Gwyn. It seems like you've missed a fair bit. It depends. You were still here at the end of the last stream, weren't you? There isn't really much else to do because at the end of the last stream we finished off with the Bed of Chaos. Part of the reason of me going to fight Gwyn now is just because by the time you do the DLC, you're just kind of so ridiculously overleveled that Gwyn becomes a joke. I guess like if you parry him, you could always say he's a joke, but he's not dangerous if you like level up with the DLC. Hey, we got a second Night Sword. So that's kind of why I'm fighting him now. But also, welcome back in. Track record, everything else in this game super rushed after Anor Londo and Duke's Archives. I feel like, at least with the Kiln of the First Flame, it's thematic that it feels like so unfinished and like lifeless, other than the Black Knights. So to me, despite like how bare bones the area feels, it doesn't feel unfinished to me. Maybe the endings do a little bit. But I with me saying that, I think maybe the endings only feel a little bit unfinished just because of what gets added from like Dark Souls 3 especially. Oh yeah, and then these guys are also great for farming Titanite chunks in case you're struggling to upgrade the weapon. I should have killed these dudes first. Okay, we can still do it. We got time. We got our axe boy and our halberd friend. Damn it. Thanks, Solaire. Chunk, okay. So we're still in a good spot. Let's pull out the binoculars, pull out the shield, and then we'll run in and look at Gwyn, hopefully without him just curb stomping Solaire again, literally out of the arena. Just buy a PS3 copy and run it on RPCS3 on PC. In your opinion, this is the best Demon Souls experience ever. I mean, I might end up emulating it. I've been kind of resisting it because, I don't know, I just wanted to get it properly, but... Brisson says, you think the Kiln being a largely empty place with just the remnants of his old guard goes well with the theme of the world burning out as the Age of Fire wanes? It works for you even if it was rushed. Are you calling it rushed just because it's short? Not because it's short, but because the level design is too simplistic. I feel like the simplistic level design actually works for it a little bit. I mean, maybe I could see with you guys saying it being rushed just because there isn't like more to the kind of like proto-civilization here, and it's a really kind of straightforward path to get to the Kiln. I could see like if you guys wanted there to be like 10 or so more Black Knights to fight along the way, or like fight multiple ones at once to get closer. I could go with that with Just saying it feels a little bit rushed, maybe. Foxy says, Kiln looks old and ruined, makes sense to you. Could be longer in terms of exploring more of the outer platforms, though. Okay, yeah. Souls never had much in terms of endings. Dark Souls is rushed, and it shows in areas like Izalith. Would you seriously count the area under the Nexus as Demon Souls' final area? Alright. So, regardless of it potentially being rushed or not, I think it works for the game, which is, I think, the most important bit. But at the very least, I can understand why some people might have wanted more. With that being said, let's go fight Gwyn again. Damn it. Couldn't get the grab. Zoomed in. That was really cool. Poor Solaire. Alright, that's actually some really cool footage overall. Can't backstab this dude. I should have just parried. I can't. I'm terrible. Oh yeah, I'm one-handing. It's like, what is this attack animation? Can't hit him here, I don't think, because he's doing that. Oh, he killed him. Oh! That was it! We did it! I thought there was gonna be more. So that's partially why I wanted to fight Gwyn now before going into the DLC, but yeah. This Divine Hand or OP. I didn't really think I did that much damage to him, and he just kind of fell apart. That's why parrying Gwyn is OP, and they kind of ruined the fight for having him being so parryable. Whoops. That's kind of why it's important to save state sometimes, just because if you want to get that footage and you accidentally kill the boss too fast. We picked up his soul. Oh yeah, that's actually a weapon, or an item. That's going to be important for checking out one of the cooler dark spells that gets introduced in the DLC. Or I guess it wasn't introduced in the DLC, so maybe Affinity was in the base game. I don't know. That might actually be worth examining again. Rudolph says no point in doing so anymore. PS3 servers are down. Remakes a completely different game in terms of art direction and design. Effervescent isn't saying the Kiln's banned. It's just underwhelming. The final area is supposed to sell the mood of the final fight. I feel like because it is underwhelming, it probably does fit the mood of the final fight. Well, not because like Gwyn himself is underwhelming, but just because it's kind of melancholic overall. The music's so resigned. Plin plin plon. You hope Solaire's Gwyn is a lot easier because he can't win this on his own? Yeah, I know, right? So that's kind of why I think you can make the argument that if the Chosen Undead walks away, Solaire can just waltz in. Old King Allant is the real final boss, and the build-up to him is amazing with 1-4 afterward. It's just lore, no real gameplay. Sorry, false King Allant. Alright, so let's check out the Soul of Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. So, I'll just read it and then I'll go into a little bit of a tangent, I suppose. Soul of the Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, and Cinder, who linked the first flame. Lord Gwyn bequeathed most of his power to the gods, and burned as a cinder for the first flame. But even so, Lord Gwyn's soul is a powerful thing indeed. Actually, I don't even think I ever looked at this in Japanese. I'm pretty sure it's the same. I think the only reason that I looked at it briefly was just to see if they called him the Lord of Cinder, and if that term was consistent between Dark Souls 1 and 3. So, speaking of like being a Lord of Cinder, that's the title of the lords in Dark Souls 3. So I think it should be taken that to become a Lord of Cinder, you have to link the flame. And I don't really think that can be argued. And I do know that some people feel a bit differently about Lothric and Lorien potentially being a Lord of Cinder and having already linked. I feel with all of the descriptions and things leading up to it, it should be pretty explicit that he's a Lord of Cinder and that he did link the flame, or that they did, whichever you want to say. And one of the things that interests me is if they're Lords of Cinder and Gwyn is also Lord of Cinder, maybe they're pretty much the exact same thing as Gwyn, but instead of just hanging out in the Kiln of the First Flame, they're just off doing their own thing. So that's kind of funny to me, and it does call into question just how sapient Lord Gwyn was, because he's just kind of automatically hostile towards the player. He doesn't say anything. He almost comes off like as a bit of a hollow himself, especially with his kind of dried out, jerky-like appearance. So with all of that being said for now, actually let me double check that description. If there's anything else I want to talk about. So yeah, it said that he burned for the first flame. Actually, let me look at the Japanese. I'm going to assume it's going to say pretty much the same thing. I'm just curious. Oh, yeah. I forgot about this completely. This is kind of a big deal, maybe. So, it says, as the Lord of Cinder, he became ash. And even still, he's a great, like his, there's a lot of power hidden within his soul of the Great King, I guess. So even though he became ash as a Lord of Cinder, I'm phrasing this poorly. As a Lord of Cinder, even though he's ash, his soul still contains great power, which is pretty close to what we get in this. But again, like the whole concept of ash wasn't really fleshed out in terms of Dark Souls 1, so that might have been where they got a little bit of the inspiration for Dark Souls 3 and why the Ashen one is ash. Maybe they did link, and maybe that's why they can no longer like hold the flame within them. Maybe I don't really know exactly how to take that, but it's interesting that they use that term specifically. That Gwyn himself is ash, but as it says in the English, it says he burned as cinder for the first flame. So I think the idea is pretty closely there in terms of just like metaphorical reading of the Japanese. It's just that when you introduce different elements from different games, it might end up having more significance, and so they ended up taking like a literal phrase and making it more metaphorical, partially because it wasn't exactly clear that it was meant to be taken literally, and that can be a real pitfall when trying to translate from one language to another. And generally, this really isn't a problem. It's really when you're playing games like Dark Souls, where every word has so much freaking weight behind it that changing one thing can really drastically alter a bunch of things in different locations. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that little tangent there. I want to think about that a bit more on my own, because I do remember like being like, oh crap, I forgot about that. But I mean, or holy crap, this blew my mind the first time I read it, and I feel like I just had that experience all over again. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Let me go back to what you guys are saying now. Not a Gwyn, it's the Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, an arch badass of all the world, who's also extraordinarily handsome. The Kiln's just the area under the Nexus with a few added enemies. The Kiln isn't even an actual level, it's just a prelude to the final boss. Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Priest says, do you mean the other Lords of Cinder that you collect for the thrones? Yeah, so those should all be understood as kind of like the heirs of Gwyn, so they've all linked in my opinion. And I think it's pretty clear even in Dark Souls 3, but at the very least, Gwyn himself is also called a Lord of Cinder, so that I feel like just makes the connections between those lords and Gwyn even stronger. Emlyn says, you're more interested why the Lords of Cinder are not part of the Soul of Cinder. So maybe Gwyn could still function like those lords in Dark Souls 3, but for whatever reason, he's just chilling around like the Kiln of the First Flame because he believes in his own mission. Whereas by the time of Dark Souls 3, they're like, nah, man, this is dumb. It didn't work. Y'all lied to me. I'm out. I'm not going to go back into that flame. Black Loom says, you guess you could argue that these are the lords that failed, and that's why you need to get them. I feel like they probably succeeded, to be honest, but especially with Ludleth talking about him not wanting to go to, or to like, have the Dark World essentially come. Black Bloom is mostly annoyed because you feel not a single final level in the series you've lived up to, have lived up to 1-4, and now FF hasn't created a standard that all from games end like poop. You guys, Bloodborne gets spared because the Hunter's Dream is the hub, and so it was very well made. Drake says, you thought Prince Lothric didn't link the flame? No, I think it's pretty clear that he did, just because he has a throne, and there's a bunch of other reasons which I talked about with like Dark Souls 3, but I don't remember like every little thing as to why off the top of my head, but yeah, generally I think being a Lord of Cinder means that somebody had to link the flame, and so Lothric and Lorien did. The issue is all of the Lords of Cinder have left, so they've taken a little bit of the fire with them, and so they need to be reunited to kind of rekindle the flame to the fullest of its abilities. But of course, by the time of Dark Souls 3, with the world kind of in its death throes, it's not going to be enough to really be worthwhile, which is what the gods, or not the gods, but all of the Lords of Cinder are trying to tell the player, I guess. Otako says, damn, you couldn't get here in time? Oh, it's all good, Otako. We're just doing this area now because I didn't want to be like extremely over-leveled after the DLC, but it turns out that it kind of happened that way anyway. So I'll do both endings now. I'll summon Solaire again, and then we'll go into the DLC next. So you didn't fully miss out, but I do understand. And there are also the videos on demand after this is all said and done. So the final prompt for this final bonfire, which Gwyn was standing by and isn't lit, says link the fire. And as I've mentioned before in the previous streams, this idea of link the fire confused the crap out of me. I was like, is this kind of like the Olympics where you take the Olympic flame and you run across the world lighting other Olympic torches, and once you get back to the beginning, the finish line, like that ends and you bring the fire back to the fire? So that's kind of what I was wondering about linking the fire, but as I've said before, it's more along the lines of succeeding the flame and inheriting it. And so this concept of inheritance is really important throughout all of the games. So you literally inherit the flame into yourself, and that's kind of why we explode and whatnot. But I feel like overall Guinevere's dialogue does a better job of setting that up than just saying like link the fire. Alright, so here we go. So as we see, when we link the flame, the world essentially just kind of explodes with fire. It's almost like a nuclear blast in terms of its potency. And so I'm going to try to pull up another video of the ending of Dark Souls 3 when we link the flame, just to get a direct comparison as to how much the power of the flame is waned by the time of Dark Souls 3. Okay, I found it now. So, I was thinking about letting the credits play, but I'm a little bit too impatient for that at times. Let me pull everything back up now. So after linking the flame and whatnot, we get our little trophy, and then we go immediately into New Game Plus, which shouldn't come as too much of a surprise for pretty much anyone in the stream at this point.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north.
Okay. It's just kind of funny the timing with her saying yes indeed. So I was just curious what else she was going to say. I just didn't remember off the top of my head. Right. Taco says, DS2 explains the linking of the flame a lot better. Also would have been hella fun to watch a lore live stream of the game. You love in DS3 how small the fire is. DS3 was too redundant. Shows how much it has lost its potency from relinking the flame over and over. I agree. So, okay. You all agree, so let's go ahead and let me pull that up and try to show this off. Let me double check. Let me guys let me know if you still hear the volume once I get the screen on. Okay, so this should be good. So let me know if you guys hear it when I hit play. I guess the volume really isn't too important, but it should still be good. So as the chosen ash or ashen one links the flame, it just barely covers their body, barely smolders at all, and then that's their version of linking the flame by the time of Dark Souls 3. And even the eclipse in the background doesn't really go away, so it just kind of shows how futile that process is by the time of Dark Souls 3. Okay. Everything's good? Sweet. So, it's really nice to see both of those endings compared right next to each other. So with that all said and done, let's go ahead and download our file. Go summon in Solaire again, and maybe try to kill Gwyn with Solaire still alive as we leave. To get a canonical Solaire links the flame ending. They're all smothered in gravy. In DS1, by linking the flame, you commit arson on the world scale. In 3, you have almost enough to heat cook a sausage. Age of Gravy, lamest barbecue ever. I can fully support these jokes. Oh yeah, and I guess I didn't kill the Dark Moon Priestess. Actually, I wonder if offering up the souls to the Lord Vessel, if you do it one at a time, I don't remember if the prompt says it, is equivalent to kindling it, and you get more Estus from it each time you do it. Because I know at this point, when we give them all of them, we can get, it gives us 20 automatically. So I guess we need to rest at it. Probably need to anyway, in case we died. And then it gives us 20. We see the Abyss, as I mentioned before. Let's put on our normal crest shield again. cosplay. Stella says, you feel like the Link in 3 doesn't actually achieve anything on a world scale, like you did all the work for nothing if you choose a Link because it's just that feudal at that point. Somehow the Ashen Chef does not fill you with confidence. Ashen Chaff, you mean? I don't know. Yeah, the Ashen one, Linking the Flame, it seems like a bad choice. And so, with the ending of 3, one of the things that I wonder is, does that really make a kind of a... what's the word? Not hindsight, but I don't want to say post-mortem. Damn. I can't think of my word right now. But does it really make a kind of different statement about the endings of Dark Souls 1 then? That linking the flame in 1 was also a mistake? Or not? Kind of one of those things that I've wondered. So by not having the grass crest shield, we can just cheese the crap out of the Black Knights because we have a 100% physical resistance here. And maybe we'll get lucky and like pick up a great shield, or damn it, not great shield, a great sword or the great axe along the way this time around. Probably not, but you never know. I'd try to read right now, but this is like the most dangerous spot in this area. Don't really need this for completion's sake. Chunks, not a surprise. The Ashen one, blink for the gods, left bag holding a dying flame. Linking the flame was always a mistake, yeah. Bob, and welcome in. You say, how's it going? We've already finished the game once. We're just going to do the dark ending this time around, maybe hopefully keeping Solaire alive. I should have run to kill the other Black Knights. But I missed a little bit, but we will be going to the DLC after we beat the game the second time around. White Titanite chunk, so he's good. Thanks, Solaire. Hey, we got the halberd because we don't need it. Figures. Alright. Maybe... No, I won't worry about the footage because we've already got a decent amount and we'll end up fighting Gwyn again after the DLC and all that. Obligatory lie will remain a lie. You think opening the Kiln at all was a mistake in DS1? Otako says, in Dark Souls 1, linking the flame or becoming the Dark Lord doesn't make a difference. In DS3, Lothric believed that the flame shouldn't be linked, but time passes and one day an undead strong enough will appear and link the flame. I feel like by the time of 3, the Ashen one is their last bet, because the intro's like, you're Ash, you can't even hold fire, and we're sending you to fix everything. And the Firekeeper mentions how the ashes will appear. And one day in the glittering distance or whatever. Damn, those Vihander staggers him? Don't mess with Solaire, boy. Stab me more, Solaire. Alright, so we killed Gwyn with the aid of Solaire, sort of. He drew aggro. And if you leave the area... I guess I should have put those away. Note to self for the next time we end the game.
My lord, bless thy safe return. Let Kath and Framt serve your highness. We are here to serve your highness.
Actually, it looks kind of cool regardless, so maybe I'll just keep it this way. Oh, except it clips through the floor.
Let true dark be cast upon the world. Our Lord hath returned.
And so that's the Dark Lord ending for Dark Souls. For whatever reason, Koth says Framt will also serve the Dark Lord, which does call into question the motives of the snakes, because Framt was obviously more aligned with linking the flame earlier, and so for him to just kind of turncoat so quickly is a bit disconcerting. And so that does make me wonder if the two world snakes or the primordial serpents are meant to be a kind of metaphorical Ouroboros, where they're eating each other's tails and growing at the same time, and essentially working on opposite ends of the spectrum for their own goals. And it doesn't really matter what the humans do, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. But with that being said, we don't really see Framt or Koth appear in the Linking the Fire ending as well, so I guess that kind of goes as a matter of course, because you sacrifice yourself and you no longer exist after the fact, but we don't even really see the effects of us linking the fire up until we go into Dark Souls 2. So, I do like Dark Souls 1's endings, irrespective of the other games. Like if we just pretended the other two didn't exist very much, or didn't exist at all rather, and just looked at Dark Souls 1 as a standalone product, I think you could see the Linking the Flame ending being one of the ultimate sacrifice, and that can be very poignant. But I do like how Dark Souls 2 and 3 really just flips that idea on its head by saying, no, you're a freaking idiot, gullible, you got duped by these damn talking serpents, and like literally the oldest story in the book, and you screwed up. And so, it's just one of the reasons why I really like the lore of these games overall in general. So, hope you guys enjoyed that, and next we'll be going to the DLC. So yes, indeed, all that stuff. So before going into the DLC proper, we're going to head into the Darkroot Garden and explore the one area that I didn't explore fully, and that shouldn't take too long. And then we'll have a decent amount of time to get into the first section of the DLC at least. Let me get some water too. Alright, let me scroll back up. Otako says, in DS1, linking the flame or becoming the Dark Lord doesn't make a difference. In 3, Lothric believed that the flame shouldn't be linked, but time passes. Oh yeah, I read that. And one day an undead strong enough will appear and link the flame. They should have added a third ending with the DLC. Resun says, depends on what you mean by making a difference. Yes, it's more effective at extending the Age of Fire to link Dark Souls 1, but it's still putting off the course of nature. Yeah. And Blackbloom says, you think the base game needed a third ending, though you're unsure what kind of ending you can add after Artorias of the Abyss? Did we learn anything about the flame to change our actions? I think those are all very good questions. Oop. Didn't need to fall in. Let's go back to the parish. Into Darkroot. Effervescent says, at the very least, they should have added a third ending with Solaire if he survived the fight. Yeah, that could have been cool. Or just somebody else getting to Link, I guess. Did I ever read Beatrice's stuff? I don't think I did. Why did I just remember this right now? I think we did. No, I don't think we did, actually. So I'll read that before we go into Darkroot. Maybe the environment just reminded me of the Valley of the Drakes. And we picked that up at the very end of the last stream. So I'll talk about that once we're done talking about the endings a little bit. Oh no, because I need to go pick that up now. Because we screwed that up. Someone says, you think Gwyn's body might be one of the few strong enough to support the flame, so us linking only weakens it? I feel like ultimately it doesn't matter, just because it's the nature of fire to need fuel to keep going. So while Gwyn might have been like a better vessel for the fire, I feel like no matter who could have followed him, it wouldn't have been as good, or it wouldn't really matter, because the fire would continue to burn whatever it was coming into contact with. Priestland says, what would the third ending be? You feel like we can only conceive of a third ending with the context of the next games. I feel like maybe if they added a dragon one or something like that, or maybe something else to link the hollow ending of 3 into this one, it could have been a viable alternative. Maybe going back in time and like linking Manus to the flame? I don't know. I don't think it really works for the other games, but it'd be interesting to consider nonetheless. Even if it was just like the most extremely non-canon one, just because it's the most unlikely. Behold Sneck. Blackmoon says, you feel like letting the flame die should have been a distinct ending from the Dark Lord. I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. That would be a really good point. Like, if Dark Lord was initiated by doing the stuff with Koth, and then letting the flame die was just something else entirely, that could have worked. It's implied in the franchise that even if the flame fades, it'll reappear one day. You're still looking for the Dark Souls Nightfall mod? Agree with you. Black Bloom. This is a sad part of 2-3 ending is so vague and open to interpretation, but 2 and 3 make it have some more sort of follow-up. Resun says, you haven't seen anything that implies the Age of Dark will lead to another Age of Fire, so you see the flame fading as progressing into the Age of Dark pretty clearly regardless of a Dark Lord. So there's a few things which lead into it. It's the eyes that you give the Firekeeper in Dark Souls 3. She mentioned she sees fire on the distance. And if you do the ending where you stomp on her or just let the fire fade, she says that she'll see like the fire will reemerge, embers will reemerge one day from the Lord's past, something along those lines. So she ends up suggesting like the nature of the universe is cyclical beyond just like relinking the flame. It seems like letting it die will allow the universe to kind of renew itself naturally in some untold future time. We get the witch set from Beatrice and her catalyst. You're saying that ending should have had a special requirement with Koth, and just leaving gives you an ending where the fire fades but without all the Dark Lord fanfare. Y'all agree? It would end up similar to the ending of 2, where you just walk away while Alda narrates. Taka says, in the Firekeeper ending, then 3 she says, but someday tiny flames will dance across the darkness. Yes. Black Bloom likes the ending of 3. It's the quiet vibe you kind of wanted from 1. The Lord of Hollow taking the role of the Dark Lord, and going in the direction you spoke about with the complicated requirements. So Dark Lord has its own set of requirements. Pet Priscilla's tail ending. Just do what Silent Hill did and add a bunch of weird endings. Michael says, not to call you boring, but this was so chill you almost dozed off. I'll take that as a compliment, I suppose. You're not the first person who's told me that they like to chill out and fall asleep while I play these games. Unfortunately, not always the most exciting, but I'm probably very rarely the most exciting, and I feel like even saying that I'm the most exciting is a bit of a stretch. So let's check out Beatrice's set. Witch Cloak. Cloak of the Rogue Witch Beatrice. Almost all magic users that employ Catalyst studied at Dragon School, but Beatrice is one of the few exceptions. She braved the abyss, but did not live to tell of her. Wow, I can't read. She braved the abyss, but did not live to tell of her ordeal. So, calling Beatrice a rogue witch uses the same kind of terminology that they use for Velka, being a rogue deity. And that term comes from Itan in Japanese, which can mean like heretical, or they don't follow the established orthodox way of things. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't follow a specific religion. They could just be like going their own way, doing their own thing. But it could also mean that they don't follow a certain set religion or whatever. So she might not align herself with the gods, or it could just be that she doesn't align herself with the Dragon School, which is why she's called a rogue witch. I think that's kind of important to note. I think her hat might say something a little bit different. Not really. Okay, so let's check out her catalyst then. Beatrice's catalyst in comparison to the like demon or Izalith one. It's a catalyst belonging to Beatrice, the rogue witch. Contrast with Vinheim catalysts. This ancient catalyst shows signs of being used for age-old sorceries. It has passed the hands of many generations to get here. So with... It heard the bonfire light up. With Beatrice being a kind of rogue witch who went into New Londo, that does make me question a few things relating to potentially like her and Velka, if they are supposed to be related by being rogue deities or something like that. Let's go to Anor Londo real quick before going into the DLC. Not that I think that Beatrice is affiliated with like the Painted World or the Dark or the Occult or anything like that. I'm just kind of, you know, entertaining the idea that if she did, why would she want to go fight the Four Kings?
This man is a threat, Master Gwendolyn.
And what her overall motivation for going to face them is something that I would have liked to know a bit more about. But we really don't get much in the way of information about Beatrice whatsoever. Blackbone would have liked an alien ending. A deep ending could have been cool for 3. Yeah, maybe. If you could like align yourself with Aldrich more and make that come out, that could have been pretty cool too. I guess I could have killed the fair lady as well. Oh yeah, we want to go to see Eingi. Maybe kill him? I don't remember if you actually get pyromancy from him, because I think he's the only one that we're missing things from. Let's go to the Chaos Lady. You feel like the Age of Dark and Light are like winter and summer. They change cyclically and are now struck in autumn. Yeah, I think that's a really good analogy.
Are you prepared then, if you...
I guess he doesn't offer pyromancy. I don't know. I don't remember where to get it then. I'll leave her alive for now. You didn't find the Firekeeper was handled too well in 3. You didn't find the Lord of Hollow Path to have much build-up. Londo is just not much of a plot point. I understand what you're saying with that. There was a decent amount of like questing you needed to do to get to that point, but it just kind of... It didn't really fit super well together, I think. And so, I guess I haven't talked about it in a while, and I remember when I was talking about the endings of Dark Souls 3 when we did complete the games, I was like, I don't really understand the Lord of Hollow ending compared to like letting the fire die out. So one of the thoughts that I've had more recently was, after coming into Dark Souls 1 and really like examining the stuff relating to the curses a lot more thoroughly, it made me think about just what it really meant to be alive in these games. And so, I mean, we could say, like, you know, darkness represents life for certain things. I guess I haven't talked too much about that. But when we look at spells like Affinity, which we don't have access to yet, it points out that, like, when spells are given a will of their own or, like, a life of their own, they'll, like, relentlessly pursue its targets. The Crystal Homing Soul Mass, or no, sorry, just the Homing Soul Mass mentions how the nature of life comes from souls, so it's only natural that life will also seek the souls and all that kind of thing, and that kind of ends up mirroring the dark. Because of all that, I was wondering that with life being associated with darkness and all this other stuff, if by usurping the flame in the Lord of Hollows ending and creating a flame which doesn't cause disparity, would that mean essentially that light as we know it goes away? And that's not really too controversial, I think, to say that in the Lord of Hollows ending, like, light as we know it would go away. But it made me wonder if that would also mean life as we know it goes away, and so the Lord of Hollows ending could be more conventionally understood as like a stagnant ending, or one where like life can no longer flourish because everything is dead. But again, like, with that kind of perspective on things, how much bearing does that really have on the world of Dark Souls? It seems like it's one where it becomes devoid of life, as opposed to one that's about either prolonging a cycle of life or initiating a new cycle of life. So I know that's a lot of words to not really say a ton, but the TLDR or TLDW at this point is more like, I feel like the Lord of Hollows ending is the death ending of the series. So no more life will be born, I guess, is kind of what I'm thinking. We could just one-shot those. So I don't know how you guys feel about that thought right now, but that's kind of what I've got. I didn't think that was a dangerous tree. Right, so there's really not too much over here in this second section of the Darkroot Garden, but I just wanted to go and get the little item that was up on top of the cliff. So we saw some of the little, not basilisk things, I don't remember what they're called, and one of the stone giants, sentries. So let me glug a lug. Oh no, I'm not gonna glug a lug, we're still good. Oh, we need to have the egghead to buy pyromancies from Eingi. Thank you for reminding me, I forgot about that. So that might be worth doing maybe after the DLC. And just like farming up in the Painted World real quick. Let me get some water, and then I'll probably just read a little bit. You've heard theories that the deep would be like an ocean drowning the flames forever. The questline was interesting, but it didn't fit the game story. You would have found a questline to usher the Age of the Deep more interesting. I understand where you're coming from with that. And so the item where it talks about the Age of the Deep becoming like a sea, I think is in one of the Aldrich Covenant spells. I don't remember exactly which one off the top of my head. I think it's like the, oh, this is the Ring of Artorias. So that's kind of a good thing that we came over here first, for the lore at least. Get rid of this guy. I think it will be safe to read the ring. Now I'll catch up beforehand. Okay. The only other mention of it is Frida. I'm not sure. Oh wait, Black Bloom was saying. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. With what other mention of it was with Frida? Did like the visuals of the hundreds of dead pilgrims. Breezon says, DS3 is a grab bag of assorted half-explored lore, and it fits with Miyazaki's storytelling philosophy, judging from how he grew up reading stories he half understood and put things together himself. But you do wish Londo was explored more in 3. But in general, you think DS leaves more lore unexplained than explained is kind of the point. Otaku says, you don't think DS3 is a cash grab, but you think they lost creativity and chose instead to milk DS1's lore. So I think you two kind of talked past each other a little bit. Brisson was saying that like it's an assorted or mixed bag and not like a cash grab. And maybe Otaku might have misread that. And Blackboom says, you think that's the idea of the Lord of Hollow, a new world without disparity? Dark Souls was a trilogy by contract, not desire. They did not really want to make 3 games. That probably tainted the creativity. Okay, so I just kind of remembered what I was also going to talk about with the Lord of Hollows. So if there is no more light, maybe there's also no more life. So that's also partially why I think the Lord of Hollows ending is a dead ending. So maybe it's just kind of a state of perpetuity that's a bit different from like the Age of Ancients as well. So will the fire ever fade in the Lord of Hollows ending? I don't really know. And that's kind of troublesome for other reasons, but that's just kind of my current take on it right now. And that doesn't have to be taken like super seriously, I suppose. I should have been clear about that. Dark Souls was a trilogy by contract, not desire. They did not really want to make 3 games. That probably tainted the creativity. I don't know about that. Breeston says, you see it as more of them trying to bring back lots of stuff from 1 and 2 full circle. Drake says, but then the Firekeeper says that there is some kind of future for humans after the Lord of Hollows ending, like the small flames dancing in the distance or something like that. Makes sense, explains why 2 is creative when compared to 3. Is there any argument that the Firekeeper was the weakest level up waifu? DS2 is creative at times and not really in others. A lot of the redundant stuff is probably demanded by NAMCO. Lore-wise, DS2 explained way more than 3. 3 says the same thing DS1 did, but with different words. I don't know. I mean, I would kind of disagree with that. I feel like 2 does a lot of fleshing out of the lore, but 3 ties it together in a more tangible way. And it's kind of hard to talk about it a bit abstractly. I think of all of the games, 3 has my favorite lore for the macro things, 2 has my favorite lore for the minor things, and 1's lore is 1's lore. Like, it just exists. It's the framework for the others. It's not particularly great in my opinion, and it's also not bad. So maybe that's a bit of a hot take that others can disagree with, but that's just kind of how I feel right now. DS2's original content's very nice. Like the memories, the giants, and the kings. Blue Mew, welcome back in. Blue Mew says, most series are never planned for unless the developers specifically say so. Usually it's a paid prior with first release, such as a duology and trilogy. Clearly was meant to wrap up the series by bringing elements together. Of course, it won't be perfect as you're fitting pieces together, not planned to be. Oh yeah, so let's check out the wolf ring. And then we'll move on. This is one of the special rings granted to the 4 Knights of Gwyn. The wolf ring belongs to Artorias the Abyss Walker. Artorias had an unbendable will of steel and was unmatched with a great sword. So we've already done all the stuff with Artorias for now. As we go into the DLC, the legend of Artorias will kind of be renewed and reinvigorated for us. This jerk. So we've already picked up the pendant from the Duke's archives. We've already rescued Dusk at one time. So we're going to go back down there. Set her free. not really set her free, but we're gonna go get summoned into her world to help her out. I think this is fine to go this way. It would be kind of funny if I die to a crystal golem right here. So I'm trying to be stubborn and preserve all 20 of the Estus flasks. Actually, I really don't remember how to fight the Sanctuary Guardian, so I might die to that one a few times. Ooh, you can one-shot these guys. That's good. I just didn't want to mistime that one. Okay, so now we should be fine. Do we not have her summon sign appear here? Maybe we need to go see her again? I don't have that one on instead of something better. Alexander, welcome back in. You feel like the Lord of Hollows would be similar to the Age of Grey, but without the Enlightenment, but you gave your full thoughts already on Discord. Can't really argue with how you feel about the lore. This lore is good enough, Budding Green Blossom, huh? It's mostly consistent with some loose ends and inconsistencies. Okay, so maybe I want to save it here. I don't know if there's anything significant about this. I don't remember. Other than like the cutscene transition. But we may as well upload it anyway because we got our Estus flasks upgraded as well as the wolf ring. The fact that so much lore is unclear makes it way more interesting than 90% of the games with explicit stories. Kind of, yeah, I think you're right about that. Effervescence drunk too. We ready for the time shenanigans? Only FromSoft knows how to make a game good while hiding the lore. That's one of the reasons you love it so much. Spectrum asks, what's your guys' favorite armor sets in DS1? So for me, I like the Black Knight set. Giant Sermon Father's nice. Archaeology aspects makes Dark Souls lore fun. Yeah. I think they do a really good job with just like how crappy a lot of trying to understand the lore between the different areas is, because that's kind of reminiscent of real life. Whereas in a lot of the other games, you get explicit answers as to like why things are the way that they are. Whereas in Dark Souls, all the characters are like, oh. Oh. I wonder if there's anything to be said about the design of this. I mean, it just looks like a kind of fairly standard wormhole. But it is also kind of just like a glob of darkness, so that might be how it can be described as a rift in time. Because if light is time, as we'll see with some of the Oolacilian spells, then darkness would be not time, and maybe it's more related to space and can distort things. Certain dark spells state that like darkness is closer in nature to reality, and therefore it's heavy. So there's a kind of really weird dichotomy between light and dark in all of the games. Let's go ahead and examine this rift in space-time here. So we get a large hand covered with eyes, most likely the hand of Manus himself, or a hand of Manus himself. It's also kind of reminiscent of the hand demons in the Profane Capital, Dark Souls 3. So as we come into the Sanctuary Garden, we get an immediate bonfire, which is nice. So, can you warp out if you don't have the Lord Vessel? Or can you not even get here? Because, yeah, you probably need the pendant. Never mind. Because I was like, you could probably get soft locked in the DLC if you don't have the Lord Vessel, but I think you'd need to have it to get in. So as we come in, we get this Sanctuary Guardian, which shoots lightning out of its breath. It looks like a chimera with a snake-style tail, like a lion head, and bird-like wings. Oh, that's one. A wider Hadoken. So, I was gonna say we're beyond its range, but then it hit me. So it looks like there's thorns all over its tail as well. It's cool. That one is faster. Okay. So like many other giant bosses, the real trick to this one is to stay close to it and hit it. Rolled way too soon. Oh, it's got a scorpion tail. Okay, that's cool. And its soul does say that it's closer in nature to demons. Guess it's not really going to give me time to pull out the binoculars to look at it. Oh, did I stagger it with one hit? Oh my god, this Vihander's OP. Oh, and I was only one-handing it! Probably gonna die just because I took a lot of damage. Didn't mean to do this, but oh well. That's cool. Oh, that's a cool different attack. That's cool to show off. Okay. Oh, and it also has like ram horns. So this is a cool enemy. I just don't think it fits in super well. But even with me saying that, let's go to Firelink and get 20 again. Even with me saying that I don't think it fits in super well, again, when we go to the Undead Chapel right next to the Undead Parish where we saw like the Bell of Awakening, there was that kind of motif. Actually, let's just go there now. Which I think does kind of resemble the Sanctuary Guardian. So whether or not the Sanctuary Guardian inspired it or something else, I don't really know. But I do think it's really cool that the Undead Church area would have already had that figure, that relief sculpture in the base game, and then you just kind of end up getting that monster released later in the DLC. I think stuff like that is just super cool. That's such a minor detail can end up being kind of a big deal. Or not like a big deal, but more like indicative of something else going on. So it doesn't quite line up fully, but we do see like the head of the lion. Rude. We see the head of the lion with like the goats up above it and just a man like offering an egg in these trying times to maybe this mother over here. And then maybe that's supposed to be like representative of Filianor's egg. I don't really know. I think it's a little bit of a stretch just based on what we get with Dark Souls 1. I don't really feel like they had the idea of Filianor really being a character back then, but if somebody wants to make the argument that it is supposed to be related to Filianor just because like we see her with an egg in Dark Souls 3, I mean, they're more than welcome to. Not going to stop them. Can you cut off the tail? That's a good question. I actually don't remember. I don't think so, but you might be right. This is an actual demon. The tail is cuttable. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna have to go for that then. Thank you guys for reminding me. Tetsuo, what's up? What'd you miss? So we beat the game twice, and we're just starting off the DLC now. Can't we just warp straight in? Wait, what? I thought you could just warp to that point right there. So I guess I needed to rest. That's really annoying. Okay, well, we're gonna have to run back, I think. Unless I'm blind. Guess what? Uni gave you another chance. They told you you give you a special term, and if you get good grades, you'd be pardoned and you'd be able to fix your GPA. I'm glad to hear that, man. Just because, like, it is super garbage of trying to go to school with the pandemic and teachers not being able to teach effectively with all of those challenges that introduces. So I'm definitely glad to hear that, man. Hopefully you get it all sorted out. How is pregnant formed? Is Babby pregante? The demons in Dark Souls are a civilization. They have their own language and quite possibly speak. You take your studying seriously. You actually quit all gaming during your university studies. It can be tough to manage, especially depending on like the course load and everything. I don't really think I quit gaming so much while I was studying. I just didn't do it as much. Like, I was just focusing on other things. So, yeah, I didn't really stop altogether. I just slowed down. That work-life balance is rough. You study the back of your eyes right now. Didn't he help you in the long run? You wish you never did. You missed the start of Dark Souls and Demon Souls. It's all good. I mean, we're still here today. Still looking at it now. But I do understand, like, the hype of wanting to get in on the action while it's new. Maybe I've said it on this stream, but as I've gotten older, I've realized that I really like the hype of going into new releases of games. But as far as when they actually get released, if I don't buy it and I still want to play the game months after, then I kind of know that my hype was real. But quite often I found I really just like the initial hype and like discovering things together. But more and more recently, that the hype I found is a bit hollow, just because like a lot of like reviewers and whatnot end up getting the content early, and that's just really annoying that you can't discover things with the community or like help out a lot more, because it's pretty much already figured out in a lot of cases by the time it gets released to the public. Just kind of a bummer. But that's just kind of me. Can't imagine how hard school would be during the pandemic. Yeah. I wonder how well or how poorly I would have done if it was me still in school during this stuff. Effervescent was literally on an 80-hour per week study schedule for the last 2 years of university. Holy crap. What were you studying? If you don't mind me asking. You don't have to imagine, you're already experiencing it. It's freaking awful. Your old school is so easy for you. The major problem was you got bored because you should have been a grade or two away, but it was just a pain. You corrected your teacher once and they screwed with you. Yeah, I was kind of a smart ass as a child and hated school because it was mostly a waste of my time up until like I got to college, which was, you know, finally fine. But me screwing around and slacking off during high school and middle school didn't exactly set the best study habits for when I went to college or university, as you other folk may call it. Because it's really annoying that you couldn't warp to this bonfire, or maybe I just didn't read properly. Sure, you can go to the bathroom whenever you want, get coffee whenever you want, but nothing beats studying in class, trust you? Yeah. So, ironically, the hardest part about attending college is attending college. By which I mean, there's so many people that just don't go to their classes, and they just end up failing because they just didn't go. And if you go to your classes, like, you'll understand, like, at least 70 to 80% of the course material, if not more, if your professor isn't completely useless. I guess I don't have a lightning ring. I guess I should have bought that from the undead dude and Zen's Fortress. Let's just go with the normal crest shield for the full cosplay stuff from now on. So maybe I can only hit once. I need to get closer. As Ranger's on. Okay, so that was too slow. Oh no, that was perfect timing. Holy crap, that combo though. Oh, my tracking did not help me there. At least I mitigated a little bit of that damage and then jumped away. I think I'm fat rolling. I think I'm too heavy right now. Alright, so that wasn't quite as smooth. Okay. We could definitely get it this time around. So I must be at like my weight limit there. Let's double check. Oh yeah, I'm like 0.2 away. That's funny. So maybe if I switch the ring actually. Nope, I guess that weighs nothing. Okay, well we're just too fat. We have Havel's Great Shield? Yeah, we should. You need a physical teacher to keep yourself engaged in the social pressure of showing up with pants on. No, professors don't give as much of a crap since they don't see you guys face to face. Makes sense. My professor was actually valedictorian. Unofficially can't exactly compete with a 50-year-old pro lawyer mature student. My experience sounded like Brison's experience in a nutshell. Stress is so high at the top end of academia, everyone in your class smoked. Yeah. I mean, I liked learning, but I wouldn't want to get into academia just because it just transforms into something a little bit toxic, in my opinion, when you get to like the highest levels of it. Wait for it. Okay, so we did get 2 hits off. Don't know the timing of that. Now it's going to run out. Oh, we need to go for its tail. It's going to be a pain just because of how this damn thing moves. Is there a certain attack I need to fish for? Because I would have forgotten about it and just gone for the normal style damage. And knowing me, I can't even read. So that might end up being a bait question unless I die. So this is it? Hey, we did it! Okay, sweet. Just gonna double tap to be safe. I'm going to do its attack again, maybe. Too slow. Oh, we killed it? We screwed up that victory screen. I didn't even save it beforehand. Oh well. Well, we kind of did. Guardian Soul, Humanity. We definitely did, but I'm not too worried about that. I mean, what else can be said about the Guardian Spirit other than I don't know what it is? We already said all that can be said. And we also got its cool thing, so let's check that out. I totally forgot, just because like the DLC doesn't count to the achievement, so I don't think I ever got it. I think I maybe only did the DLC once. I totally went past it, didn't I? Okay, Guardian Tail. Sliced tail of the Sanctuary Guardian. This flexible, spiked, and highly poisonous tail would make a rather obnoxious weapon. Kinda funny. I guess I'm not that rolling. This feels really weird with this. Like you should move more, but you don't. This doesn't have a combo style swing? That's unfortunate. Yeah, that could have been a lot cooler. Oh, that was cool. Kinda. Some stamina again. Oh, that one's kind of garbage. The jumping attack. Damn, it could have been a really cool weapon, just I don't think quite there. For me, at least. So we should be able to level up and then be good with our stamina, or endurance rather. Let me... What y'all have been saying? Are you going to fight double Sanctuary Guardian after this? What do you mean by double? Oh, you mean just like twice, or... The character movement is so much slower than in Bloodborne. I lost all of that. Switch from one-handed to two-handed. Yeah, the movement overall is slower than Bloodborne and DS3, Drake, but I feel like it works for Dark Souls 1. It feels more weighty. And just Dark Souls 2 is just too slow for me, but I feel like Dark Souls 1, for me the games like go in terms of mechanics, like 1, sorry, not 1. It goes Bloodborne 3 and then Dark Souls 1 and then Dark Souls 2. But overall, I like Dark Souls 1 as a game more than 3 for some reason. There's just something to it that it's kind of hard to describe. You become a wine snob like your parents were. You have a lightning resistant ring and also use a shield. We got it done. Thank you for the advice. It's almost a game feature you have to contend with now, going back and playing the older games. You've died so many times thinking you have enough time to dodge. Yeah, that's the real hard part of playing the games, is switching between them and like learning the timings. Stella says, you liked learning, but it didn't stop you from dropping out of college twice. Feels rough, man. I do get what you're saying, Soliloquy. Yeah. That's kind of why I didn't want to go into like the upper echelons of academia. A friend of yours only likes DS1 because it's he likes the slow, methodical, defensive playstyle instead of the aggressive and reactionary one. Artorias at New Game Plus 3 was difficult. Had to fight him with your favorite weapon, the Life Hunt Scythe and the Blood Shield. And when he'd buff himself, he'd cast Power Within. It was epic. Guardian Spirit, weird dog, I guess. Made your day, not gonna lie. If you come back here after the bonfire, there'll be 2 of him waiting here? Really? That sounds awesome. Okay, so... Do I just go back to the bonfire and then there's suddenly 2 of them? Or do we need to, like, beat all the bosses? Because I thought I, like, came through here on my one playthrough after killing Manus, just because I was like re-exploring everything, but I don't remember that whatsoever. Let me save again. That sounds exciting. Not like that fight was like a pushover by any means, but let's check it out. Oh, wait, let's level up like I said I would. Oh, a little bit shy. Okay. Running a little bit low on these now. But we don't really have a use of them other than like getting the odd level. Okay. Hey, we can roll. Imagine just chilling there and some dude walks up with a scorpion tail whip. Yeah. It does make me wonder if Seath is responsible for its creation just because of the scorpion dudes in Dark Souls 2. Aw. So maybe we need to, like, complete the DLC first. Still an amazing game with slower pace of combat. No wonder why you thought something was missing. Damn you, Sanctuary Guardian. Kill Artorias first? Okay. I had no idea about that, I don't think. As we come into Oolacile Sanctuary, we see there's like a bunch of potentially like graves or maybe mummified things. It's kind of hard to say exactly what these are. They could just be like effigies meant to resemble humans. And as we come into this area, we get another bonfire. I guess I should have made that look better, but whatever. Over here we get the Sanctuary Guardian, Elizabeth. I could probably keep this out. Let's not. I'll talk to her in a moment here. So as we look at these, they don't really have signs of, like the dark sign. I do know that there are some of the, maybe this one kind of does. Maybe they all do after all. Maybe they're just on different sides. Maybe this is just like me reading too much into things. So maybe these dots are supposed to be the dark sign. But I would have figured it wouldn't necessarily have appeared this early on. But maybe, yeah, maybe it is supposed to be. And maybe it just appears on different parts at the back. Because this definitely looks more deliberate now that I'm like looking at it in the moss. Tinfoil time. So these are probably supposed to like represent humans and all of that. And as we look at Elizabeth here, this is like the connection between the mushroom people that we see in Darkroot Garden and in the Ash Lake, and Oolacile most likely. And when we come into the Faron Swamp of Dark Souls 3, we can kind of find what's most likely Elizabeth's corpse, which is Feels Bad Man. DS2 doesn't seem much slower than DS1, as much as it seems clunkier than DS1, maybe. Probably comes down to a lot of like the adaptability issues with like the drinking the Estus and the item speed being tied to it. Weapons having a fixed amount so that they can rotate attacks, but you liked DS2 for PvP because you could be calculating. Saw Spear is underrated for sure. Stones look like effigies that resemble humanity sprites, humanity motes. Tessa says Priscilla's weapon possessed the power that could kill even the very gods. If only her weapons had the occult effect to reflect that. I think it might have been Effervescent the other day who made a good point that Priscilla was in the base game, and I guess the occult damage type was only added in with the DLC. Actually, that doesn't sound like it makes sense because you can get the occult club. So maybe that's not wrong. Maybe it was the dark type specifically. That might have been what it was. Finally, a trustworthy NPC to talk to. Adaptability was a bad mechanic. He says, Heath seems like Velka to you now. We know he's important, but we don't know how much exactly and how much he's done. Also, people like to draw thousands of weird conclusions in correlation to him. You're preaching to the choir about the people who draw the weird conclusions about him. I am the weird conclusions about Seath. Alright, so let's talk to Elizabeth. Right here. Let's go here on the left. Yeah, let's go with the right, as always. Up closer.
Well, look at this one. From what faraway age hast thou come? Thy scent is very human indeed, but not intolerable. Ah, Princess Dusk's savior. Thine aura is precisely as she described. I thank thee deeply for rescuing Her Highness, but Princess Dusk is here no longer, snatched away by that horrifying primeval human. And so I must ask, couldst thou once more play the savior?
I should have saved it. Maybe I can just walk away. Effervescent says what they were saying was the dark damage in 1 is purely physical damage, whereas in the base game, all damage that looks dark like Nito's AoE is magic damage. Okay. Thank you for clarifying, because I tend to forget. Elizabeth's the most stingy NPC in all of Soulsborne. You go through all that trouble to rescue Dusk, and all you get is a couple crappy mushrooms. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Lap kicks you down a hole. After you only restore the man's humanity, allegedly. Try to imagine hitting enemies with swords made out of butter they just slide through. They should have gotten Judi Dench to voice the mushroom. You might copy-paste the Rifleman's Creed, but replace every instance of rifle with spear as in saw spear.
Well, look at this one. From what faraway age hast thou come? Thy scent is very human indeed, but not intolerable. Ah, Princess Dusk's savior. Thine aura is precisely as she described. I thank thee deeply for rescuing Her Highness, but Princess Dusk is here no longer, snatched away by that horrifying primeval human. And so I must ask, couldst thou once more play the savior? Yes, I understand. We care dearly for Princess Dusk, and are apt to blur our boundaries. I am ashamed to have been so imposing. But should thine heart be changed, speak to me again. This sanctuary and the sorceries of Oolacile are my domain. My strength could surely assist thee in thy travels.
So Elizabeth kind of gives us the quest as to what we need to do to proceed through the DLC section of the game. I thought there was something I wanted to look at. She calls Manus essentially that horrifying primeval human. Let me double check what that was, though. Okay, so the Japanese is like... My English is failing me. I'll just say it super literally. So she calls it like an ancient man beast. And so this term that's used, like the ancient man beast, Bakemono, I don't remember if that's what appears in Artorias' Covenant Ring. I think... No, Artorias' one is Mamono, isn't it? Yeah, Shina no Mamono. Okay, so when she calls Manus a primeval beast of man, or like an ancient man beast, that's using a different term than the Covenant of Artorias Ring, which shouldn't be too much of a surprise. And I think I've talked about that before. I just forgot what she says specifically. The other interesting thing that I wanted to bring up in relation to Elizabeth's dialogue, I think the English says, let me look at this again, that she is the godmother of Dusk, which, I mean, works perfectly fine. And I think we need to say yes to her, and then she'll talk about it. Okay.
Hast thou reconsidered, such that thou might rescue dear Dusk? Thank you. I am Elizabeth, guardian of this sanctuary, something of a godmother to Princess Dusk. I shall assist thee to my utmost, for I am one with the sorcerers of Oolacile.
Alright, so the term that she uses instead of like godmother is wet nurse to Dusk. So take that as you will. I mean, godmother is a pretty good translation in terms of like getting the overall feel of things, though. But I don't exactly know if Elizabeth being like a wet nurse is more significant towards their relationship. I guess for those who might not know, like, a wet nurse is a woman who will essentially like foster another woman's child, and they will breastfeed them themselves, so that way like they don't become malnourished. So Elizabeth saying that she's the wet nurse of Dusk doesn't mean that she's currently the wet nurse. It might still be like metaphorical language, that she's kind of like the non-biological mother or guardian of Dusk. So just to be a little bit clear there, in case you guys were wondering, which you probably weren't, but you know how we roll. At least Lap leaves you with a decent armor set. Crappy mushrooms, they're the best healing item in the game. Spectrum says, what does she mean by aura? Oh, that's a good question. Let me look at that. Thine auras precisely as she described. That's weird. It's more like I don't know where they got aura from, but it's more like you're the one that saved Dusk, or you're the one that Dusk was thinking about, like the Dusk sweetheart. I don't know the triggers for these, so some of it might be cut content. Thine aura is precisely as she described versus thy aura. I don't know. But I think it's just more like something that the localizers put in to make Elizabeth sound a bit more mysterious. It's a good question, though. Okay. Yeah. You don't have to look at specific Japanese terms to ask. You got the Switch Japanese version of DS1 right here. Okay, thank you. You don't think wet nurse necessarily entails breastfeeding of a child? You think it just means someone who supervises childbirth? So the term for wet nurse does mean that. Maybe like it's become more disambiguated with like the modern usage of the language. Because even I think now in English you might still be right with like the term wet nurse. But as far as I know, like technically it does mean like a woman who's like a surrogate breastfeeder for another woman's child. And Steven Guerra says, is that the same meaning of wet nurse that they use in Bloodborne? Yes. And so there is another mythological beast that's potentially related to Murgo's wet nurse. I forget what it's called. Ubume. Okay, yeah, so Ubume is what they're called. If you look it up on Wikipedia, let me pull up the link actually. If you look up the term Ubume on Wikipedia, which I've just put into chat, if you scroll down, there's a... Oh, maybe it's not there. It talks about a specific one in Ibaraki Prefecture, the Ubame Tori. So it's like a cross between like a woman who can transform into a bird that steals children. I kind of think that might have been one of the inspirations for Murgo's wet nurse. But I suppose that kind of strays a bit from the point right here. Tetsu says, Elizabeth's the wet nurse? You need insane amounts of cultural linguistic context for this? I mean, I don't think it's super significant. I'm just bringing it up because the term that they use, like for wet nurse comes up in multiple of their games, I guess. So I don't necessarily think it's super important again. It's just something that's noticeable to me. Mushroom milk, mushroom mommy, new fetish unlocked. Anyone played Resident Evil 8? Even by Dark Souls standards, it's very fantastical. They're fairy tale characters, yeah. That was the worst time for Nightbot to say that. Tiny Boots, welcome in. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Thank you very much. You too. In Effervescent Dictionary, it says birthing woman in Japanese folklore. So let me pull up. Are you talking about Ubume or just the term for Elizabeth right here? Because I'll look up what she says. Godmother and... So the term that they use for godmother that Elizabeth uses is Uba. So I'm talking about Ubume for a second there, just more in relation to Murgo's wet nurse as like the kind of yokai that it might be based on. But Uba is what they use for a wet nurse or nursing mother. And so, like, literally the characters are chest woman. So, breast woman, essentially. Or milk woman, I guess, would be another way. Oh, Ubumes are Neo too? That's cool. Okay, so there might be some other, like, cross-cultural references to help flesh out that story. I do know that the Ubume characters show up in Shin Megami Tensei games as well. I think they're based on the Guoha, I think, but I might be misremembering. That's the name that I can't remember. They were a bird yokai that carried a ghost baby. Yeah, okay, so that's exactly it. So I think Murgo's wet nurse might have been inspired by that yokai story. If you kill the baby, they get crit, but then they turn enraged. Effervescent says, yes, it's literally milk mommy. Yeah, exactly. So that's what Elizabeth calls herself. So, like I said, I don't think that's meant to be like super literal, but just there might be more of a stronger connection between them. So I think the localizers going with Godmother here, it was probably a really good choice to not get people tripped up on her potentially being a wet nurse. So there's pros and cons to the approach of translation, because you don't want to like draw people out of the world being like, oh, it's a wet nurse, that sounds gross. So overall, Godmother gets like the same kind of maternal role without as much of like the biological hangups, I think. Godfather probably makes sense from a fairy tale perspective, like a fairy godmother, yeah. So let's talk to her again.
Thou shalt see further on, an abyss was begat of the ancient beast, and threatens to swallow the whole of Oolacile. Knight Artorias came to stop this. But such a hero has nary a murmur of dark. Without doubt he will be swallowed by the abyss, overcome by its utter blackness. Indeed, the abyss may be unstoppable. Still, I have faith that Princess Dusk may be rescued yet.
So there's quite a bit to talk about with her dialogue here, and I think just based on like the most direct way that you could translate what she said with like Artorias having nary a murmur of dark, I feel like that isn't necessarily wrong, because most ways to interpret what she says in the Japanese there is that he doesn't possess any darkness, whereas there is an alternate meaning along with that to mean like to endure or bear it. So I think it's based on the context, it would be more natural to say that Artorias as a champion or as a hero, he was unable to withstand the dark, and so he kind of got consumed by the abyss. I personally don't think she's saying that he doesn't have any trace of darkness within him. However, with me saying that, that's more of my personal take on things. That isn't like a strictly translation thing. I think the translation is fine as it is. It's just ambiguous in Japanese. But 9 times out of 10, I will say that it is maybe a bit more correct. Maybe more like 7 out of 10 times it's more correct to say that he wouldn't possess the dark. But personally, I feel like based on what we know of the story and just the context, that it's that he couldn't withstand the effects of the dark and succumb to it. And going back to what she was talking about with Manus, an abyss was begat of the ancient beast and threatens to swallow the whole of Oolacile. For the most part, that's pretty straightforward. Yeah, okay, so that should be good. I'm just double checking everything here. As quickly as I can.
Thou shalt see further on.
Okay, so she repeats it.
This was begat of the ancient beast, and threatens to swallow the whole of Oolacile. Knight Artorias came to stop this, but such a hero has nary a murmur of dark. Without doubt he will be swallowed by the abyss, overcome by its utter blackness. Indeed, the abyss may be unstoppable. Still, I have faith that Princess Dusk may be rescued yet.
Actually, yeah, when I look at this line right here, it makes me want to like reconsider what I'm saying. Like let me try to rephrase it. I feel like when I'm saying that he can't withstand the dark, I feel like that comes across a bit more strongly in the Japanese, just because she finishes off by saying like Shosen wa yami o motanumi. So Shosen means like in the end. So in the end, he has a body that doesn't have darkness, doesn't really mesh super well with me, with my understanding of what she's saying. It's more like, in the end, his body couldn't withstand the darkness. That just, it just seems the most natural conclusion. And then after that, she says, like, he was swallowed by the abyss. So the next portion is completely fine. Oh, I guess, let me think about the next portion of her lines. Because she does say, like, anyhow, like, he will be swallowed by the abyss. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is just strictly ambiguous. Maybe it could be taken either way. This is kind of one of the annoying things. We probably need like a full-on native perspective to give a more definitive thing, and it might not even be like as definitive as it would like. Maybe natives could have differing interpretations as well. What the frick happened to chat? You left you people for a minute? So we talked about the lore of wet nurses, which is why. Freeson says, huh, interesting. She seems to imply that you need to have a bit of dark in you to resist the abyss. Which is kind of why I disagree with it, because we see Manus as a being of the dark fall to the abyss. We see all of the people of Oolacile being humans having dark falling into the abyss. So that, yeah, it just kind of bothers me that it's phrased this way. Not that I think it's like wrong exactly. It's just, I wish it was a bit clearer in the Japanese, mostly. Effervescent says, so commonly you see in Japan gyunyu, cow milk, which is what we commonly refer to as milk, as all milk that isn't labeled, otherwise it's assumed to be cow milk. Yeah. Kind of the same in English. Emlyn says, Neri can also be read as almost none. Effervescent says, you think I might be confusing Shosen with Kakyoku? Maybe. I mean, not like maybe, but not, I'm just not going to disagree with you there. It's like anyway, like he doesn't have darkness versus anyway he can't withstand the dark, and he will fall into it. I don't know. It is possible that Artorias is like a godkin, and then all creatures that are gods don't have dark within them, and I feel like a lot of people base that belief just on this line of dialogue alone. So yeah, maybe it's better if I talk around it rather than more like the point-of-point translations, just to kind of justify why I feel this way.
May the flames guide thee.
I'll buy some stuff from her in a second, maybe. No, I don't think I have the souls, but whatever. So part of the reason why I think it's important to hash this topic out as well as we can to say whether or not it's definitive or ambiguous is because people look at Elizabeth's line here as Artorias potentially having nary a murmur of dark within him, meaning that if Artorias is a godkin or related to Gwyn, since he's one of the four knights of Gwyn and a captain, then that could imply that the gods themselves don't have any trace of darkness within them, which is fine to an extent, because when we do look at some of their souls, I guess we didn't kill Gwendolyn yet in this game. Well, we did, but we don't have a soul with us. They don't really have like a bunch of darkness within them. Also the Guardian soul, well, that's a bit different, but it doesn't really matter. When you kill the gods, we don't really see darkness within their souls. They're just kind of covered with light. But, I mean, when we look at the soul of Ornstein and Smo, they're also like this as well. So I don't necessarily think we can say that the gods don't have any dark within them as well. It's just... I'm phrasing this so terribly. I don't think there's enough evidence to say that the gods don't have any trace of darkness within them. Because when we look at the Witch of Izalith and whatnot, we do get pyromancy from her, and the pyromancy is kind of related to darkness to a certain degree with the Chaos Flame. But then again, she's a witch, so maybe she's not quite like Gwyn either. It just gets really messy to me, and I don't want to completely close out the idea that the gods can't have darkness within them. I think it's still kind of open to interpretation here. It's kind of what I want to have the ultimate takeaway be. So, with that being said, there might also be the possibility that that Elizabeth's knowledge is flawed. I personally don't like to go with that route just because she's the most knowledgeable character in the DLC. We don't really have much reason to mistrust what she says, other than like she's kind of stuck in one spot, so her knowledge is going to come from sources of hearsay or secondhand sources of information, which might be a stronger argument to make, I suppose. Emlyn says, the way you take it is that in spite of barely having any dark, you still fell to it. Effervescent says, Japanese is hard, dude, and honestly, you're clearly your senpai. Or I'm clearly your senpai, sorry. What's Oates doing these days? Haven't followed him in years. I don't know who that is. Oh, Outstarva. Okay. This is what Tetsu was saying. Damn it, unrelated, you know about Outstarva's win streak on Trickster got cut midway through? You're hyped. I think a lot of the Dark Souls YouTubers have switched to mainly just Twitch streaming. Twitch is only good for booby streams now. I don't want to get into that. How dare you question Mushroom Mommy's knowledge? Well, at the very least, I mean, she probably didn't see it directly. Unless she's connected to the forest entirely. Which might be an interesting thought to consider. With like all the mushrooms everywhere, maybe she's connected to them that way and can learn. But he's one of the biggest Dead by Daylight streamers. Alright. So hopefully that made a bit more sense as to why I think it's important that she doesn't necessarily say that Artorias doesn't have nary a murmur of dark. At the very least, it comes across more strongly in English by saying like nary a murmur versus like he doesn't have a body that can possess dark or hold it at bay. Might be another way of looking at it. Which is why I think the idea that he can't bear darkness is, or withstand it, makes more sense than he doesn't have any.
Struggling, are we? If there's anything I can do, never hesitate to ask.
We can buy repair powder from her. And gold pine resin, which is the lightning stuff. So when we do try to purchase miracles from her, there's a lot that we can learn from the Oolacilian variety. And then she also has the Oolacile Ivory Catalyst, which looks strikingly similar to, what is it, the Witch Tree branches of Dark Souls 3. Or the Birch Tree branches, the same kind of catalysts. Alright. So it's actually almost 3 hours. I'm surprised the little monster isn't bothering me, but I do need to get some water. So I'll try to let her out as I refill my water bottle, and then I'll go through all of the Oolacilian stuff and catch up with you guys. So hang tight, and we'll be back in just a moment. And then this is the kind of noob trap setup killer. If we try to come this way, the boulder comes crashing through. And then you just fight a bunch of Cabra demons, a bunch of Taurus demons, and so having another recycled... Why is that back now? Well, you got by the oldest one in the book. Venom says, when you started this playthrough, you mentioned how obvious the ball rolling trap was, and I thought he's going to fall for it on a second trip to the asylum. I figured he probably didn't have a lot of hits with this byhander. Wait, what? That's actually really, really funny. Just straight up assassinated right there. Okay. Let's go get our damn souls back. So now we should have a little time to read chat. Nix what I said about the souls, guys. So if I remember correctly, you actually just need to walk off here. You don't run. Because that screwed me up for a while. Well, sometimes I just get stubborn. Which I really shouldn't do on stream. I tell myself not to do it on stream, and then I end up doing it anyway. Alright. Or then I say, let's play smarter, and then I continue to do the exact stupid thing that got me in the situation in the first place. There's our stairs over there. Damn it! I think I should survive the fall. Unless we get hit by, like, the skull again. I was wrong. Oh, that jerk. so much for preserving my humanity. Alright guys, and we're back. Katie's totally right. I said that there were miracles, they're definitely sorceries. Thank you for correcting me. And Thiopental IV, welcome back in. You said, did Artorias betray Gwyn? I don't believe so, because he was conferred like the pendant for abyss walking, which would suggest that his efforts were recognized and even praised by like the royal family. So I don't think there's a betrayal on Artorias' position. Or Artorias' part. Diaz got you again. How do they know I have bad posture? They just know. Okay. Alright, let's go and read those sorceries after all. Or no, I didn't even read this. So this is a sorcery catalyst of Lost Land of Oolacile, formed by enchanted white bark branches. The white bark boosts sorcery adjustment, but the sorceries of this lost land are gentle and not affected by intelligence. You know, I totally forgot that this description says it that way. Sorceries here are gentle and not affected by intelligence. Interesting. I want to look that up. I don't exactly think it'd be different or anything, I'm just... Hopefully the dog isn't too loud right now. Okay, so it's when it says that they're gentle, it's because they're not for like attack power. And so they're not affected by intelligence, which is kind of weird. So, I mean, that kind of goes together. But part of the reason why that just kind of struck me right then was just because I was wondering about pyromancy not being linked to faith or intelligence in this game. And... just the nature of scaling in general. And part of the reason I bring up pyromancy is just because I was thinking to myself the existence of flame arts originally. And so with not every single sorcery being reliant upon intelligence, it just kind of works as another link in the chain there, I guess. Big Brother fills them in on who has bad posture. That's Sif telling you to come save him. You guys heard her. You got 5 dogs, you don't even hear barking anymore. Damn, that's bad, because she was in the other room too. Not like the one time she barked in my ear. Or your guys' ear right next to the microphone, essentially. You have 2 birds, both drive you insane? I believe it. The bird screeching is real. Okay. What do I want to read first? I think it's the repair, the one that's going to be like the craziest. Let's just go down the list then. Ancient sorcery of the Lost Land of Oolacile turns right weapon invisible. Not a simple augmentation, making it dependent on the skill of its caster. An example of the capacity of Oolacile's sorceries to control light. Pretty straightforward. With Oolacile's magic, we can make our weapons and even body go invisible, so that's kind of cool. It's related to light. Keep that stuff in mind. Ancient sorcery of the Lost Land of Oolacile turns body nearly invisible. Although perfect invisibility is unachievable due to risk of dissipation, the caster need only stand still for a moment to blend into its environs with astounding camouflage. Well, let's look at camouflage now, or chameleon. Ancient sorcery of the lost land of Oolacile transform into something inconspicuous. A separate stealth spell from hidden body. A skilled stealth sorcerer must be aware of his or her surroundings and of which objects are prime candidates for imitation. So, okay. Chameleon makes you look like something else, and hidden body makes you look invisible. That's pretty obvious from its uses. I just don't know why I didn't remember that right now off the top of my head. Cast light. Ancient sorcery of the lost land of Oolacile. Cast a bright light upon surroundings. This light-producing sorcery is elementary, but nonetheless demonstrates the achievements and mysticism of Oolacile. Such magic has not been developed even in Vinheim. So here's the real lore black hole. Ancient sorcery of the lost land of Oolacile. Repair equipped weapons and armor. This sorcery was a part of everyday life in Oolacile. Its effects resembles repair powder, which must have found its way into the culture of this lost land. Oh, so maybe it's the Dark Souls 3 one, where it says, like, light is time. So here I am hyping this up, and it doesn't even amount to much.
Thou shalt see and not without
Okay.
interest. May the flames guide thee.
I lost audio there for a second. So, even in the time of Oolacile, which I forget exactly how far in the past it was. I think it was a couple hundred years. Maybe... I don't remember if this is supposed to be 200 years after the link that Gwyn left to link the flame, or if it's 200 years before the events of the main story. I tend to forget which. But nonetheless, it shows that even in this timeline, the people still believed in the power of the flame, and it was still a thing. So as we come out here, we can see that this place is kind of familiar. This is Oolacile, or not Oolacile, obviously this is Oolacile. This is the Darkroot Garden, coming from where we would go to fight Sif. So the giant door isn't here anymore, or isn't here yet. And as we go in, this would be the arena in which we fought the Great Grey Wolf Sif. This building is missing by the time we go into the present. And there is no giant grave in the center where we would find, like, the Artorias Covenant ring or whatever it was. Or is it the sword? I don't remember what we get from behind the stone, behind the grave. And then all of these other graves and, like, human effigy type things are missing. Get some humanity. So it's kind of a mind blow as to what happens with all these structures in the interim between us traveling through Oolacile and the present. You love doing Hidden Body and the White Phantom Ring combo in Invasions to make you look like a player ghost in DS3? That's a smart idea. I like it. Look up in the Sanctuary, there are broken trees, and don't forget the double Sanctuary Guardian. It should be there now. I thought you guys said we had to fight Artorias first. And what are you talking about with the trees specifically? You just mean like the dead ones around the side? I mean, I'll try it. Gentle sorcery, good for PvP. Not like comforting, trustworthy mushrooms. You get the ring. Oolacile is 700 years after Gwyn and 300 before the rest of the game. Oh, you mean like that broken arc tree kind of thing? I don't know what to make of that right now. There's more of them in the original? Okay. Well, thank you for pointing that out, because I don't think I would have looked back at there. Or you mean those trees over there, too? And so as we do go in through like Oolacile, there are like these kind of tree-type roots with lights in them. It kind of shows a more quote-unquote natural state of magic, which I think is kind of interesting to consider when I was talking about the stuff with the flame sorceries. Like if pyromancies are kind of closer to nature or whatever, and the sorceries of this time are closer to nature because they're gentle, that might go hand in hand as to why flame sorceries were a thing. So we get, as we come into Oolacile proper, we get these like scarecrow things attacking us, which I don't know if these are supposed to be the bodies of transformed men. I mean, you'd probably have to assume so. Why they're scarecrows or like wooden is a bit confusing. So this might tie into the wood pill, as our good friend Justin Zionis would like to say quite often from time to time. So maybe if these were humans, it can show that the nature of man is close to like wood and arc trees and all that stuff. Look at that. From this angle. Yeah, so they don't really resemble traditional hollows. Actually, is that... No, okay. I was like, is that the dark side? No, it's just a little rip in the texturing, I suppose. Kind of get a good look at his face. Katie says, is it ever stated somewhere? Maybe it was in an interview. I don't remember if it actually gives us a specific number in the games. Or maybe Chester does? So my personal headcanon about like the Oolacilian scarecrows is that they end up becoming the moss people of the Darkroot Garden, but they just like lose their gardening tools along the way, I guess. Okay, yeah, so there's really nothing we can look at there. They've got like the gardening tools on their back. So these creatures could also be products of Oolacile's magic, so they might not have even been human at all, since they use more natural sorceries, and they could be related to golems. Because when we do come to this area later on, or like in the main game, we get like the stone golems and all that. And as we come over here, this is where we encountered the 2 cats, or technically the 3 cats earlier. So this dude's trying to bait us into like a trap type situation. We get ganked. I hope I still not hit this dude. Probably need to heal after all that, yeah. Alex says, maybe the Oolacile residents animated them to tend to Darker Garden. They have those farmer tools as weapons. Yeah. You agree with the moss theory? You'll fix your posture when you fix this damn door. You are Groot. Shovels look quite modern. They are standing next to the golems. Yeah, and as we proceed through here, we will find like a couple more golem type figures. Big golem. I think these dudes actually gave me trouble. I don't think I could like stagger them. So these are the golems. They don't have like their shields or swords, and I don't think these ones cast miracles. Maybe they do. I don't remember. Almost got by this damn tree. Okay, so 2 hits is good enough to kill them. We get some flowers over here, which is kind of nice. And it shows how better tended Darkroot Garden was in the time of Oolacile. And was being, like, taken care of more. Okay, so you get the Guardian set from the random corpses in the area. I forgot about that. So let's check out our Guardian leggings. Leggings of the Stone Knights, Guardians of the Forest Sanctuary. The Stone Knights are golems animated by magic, and their enchanted leggings are oppressively heavy. Unfortunately, we don't have like the stone set with us right now, otherwise I'd compare them. But I don't think it's much of a stretch to say there's a resemblance between them and the Stone Guardians in Darkroot Garden. It's Calamite. I totally forgot he spawned up there, and I was looking away from my screen as it happened, so that actually looked kind of decent as far as like the footage goes. So that kind of lucked out there, I suppose. Even though I'm pretty sure, yeah, we just saved and talked to Elizabeth, so it wouldn't have mattered too much if it was really bad. Let's get baited. Oh, he's behind me. Dude, I was afraid I just yeeted myself. This dude's probably going to drop down that way. There we go. Yeet. So as we look down into this random chasm that isn't exactly in the Darkroot Garden, we can see like the kind of similar mist that was flowing out of the wormhole that sucked us into Oolacile. As we look around here, we get like this black stuff appearing everywhere, which might end up being related to blood or maybe some other kind of like muck-like sewage related to the darkness and the abyss. Kind of reminds me of like the basilisk crystals, or like not the basilisk crystals. What am I saying? The sewage crystals in the not drag heap. Damn it! Why do I keep screwing up? What are they called? I think that's a death jump, but I want to do it anyway. No, that should be fine. Just being paranoid. Okay, totally fine. The little sewage piles in the depths. There we go. Maybe Chester from Bloodborne taught them how to garden. Maybe he brought the shovels as well. Why did I not wave at Calamite? Because I wasn't paying attention. It's very rude to not say hi to the dogs passing by. My dog said hello just a moment ago, so I wasn't rude. What are you guys talking about? We greeted Calamite. Get the Guardian armor. That'll pretty much say the same thing. And then goes Great Arrows. I guess we can't really see Calamite so much from this angle, but he's down in that valley over there, where we would later fight the Hydra in the main game. Just not completely filled up with water. So maybe we'll be able to see him over here, maybe not, because he like flies around. Okay, yeah. No Calamite. Great arrow used by Hawkeye Go, one of Lord Gwyn's 4 knights, for dragon slaying. Requires great bow. Go personally crafts each stone tip and wraps the shaft tightly with tree bark. So that's a pretty good example of like environmental lore storytelling, just because we will encounter Hawkeye Go as an archer somewhat soon in relation to this area. Welcome in, Mathota. What are we up to this stream? So we beat the game twice just to show off Solaire and Gwyn. And now we're going through the DLC. Just exploring a little bit of Oolacile. So there's not too much else over here. And as we go into this next section, the area becomes a bit more warped than what we're used to with what, the base game. I think we need to actually like go up that way. Be safe about this. Oh no, I'm wrong? Okay, that's fine. So we need to make a running jump. Not eat ourselves into the abyss. The literal abyss at this point. So we didn't stick to the plan and got died. You're not sure it's a good thing that the dog's better at greeting people than you? I mean, I would disagree. When I go out for adventures, because I can't say another word, she likes to greet people and they like to greet her as well. So I don't have to. Katie says, what happens when you attack him there? I don't think you can kill him, because like Go needs to shoot him. I don't know if you'll be even able to do damage. Mathota says, what do you think the significance of Go using stone arrows and tree bark is? Could the arrowheads be dragon scales? So with it being tree bark, I would almost assume it's probably related to arc tree wood, and so it's just like very sturdy and able to withstand him pulling it. And for the stone scales, or sorry, the stone tips, it could just be because like they're heavy enough to break the armor, and it could be just related to how the scales of the dragons themselves are described as stone. So maybe metal isn't strong enough in this universe to get the job done, whereas like the stone has the weight to be able to do it. That was weird. I didn't seem to jump wrong. I think I must have like angled my controller, my joystick a little bit too far to the left. I mean, I agree that I think I should have had it, but I'm also a little bit used to the jank, where I'm not going to get bent out of shape. And just to reinforce some of the theory of these dudes becoming the moss things, they do drop the purple moss clumps. Not nearly as frequently. And I don't know if they drop the red ones as well. Watch them drop them all now. So let's get ganked again. Probably could just like run past everything, but I don't know how far they all chase me. Did they seriously just trip? I forgot about that. Hey, we get the blooming ones. It's nice. Damn it. I was gonna like stop right there and then pull out the binoculars. And then promptly forget about them. Oh, slow with my roll. That sucks. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I'm dead. Oh, no, its range sucks. I thought I was gonna have like 14 life. Mission failed. Get him next time, thank you. You mean on the bridge and you can kill Calamite without Go shooting him? You can kill him here? Do you need just like god damage hacks? I wouldn't believe it unless I saw it. That sounded like the way the doctor has a companion. They care so he doesn't have to. Just call me Doctor, last protagonist. Boink. So let's aim more towards the right this time. That just wasn't as tight of a jump as I was afraid of. So we got the helm and we also got the chest piece. So we just... No, did we get the chest? We just need the gauntlets. Okay. Let's look at it after all. This is actually a pretty good armor set overall. Just really, really heavy. They're animated by magic. Their enchanted helms are impressively heavy. So pretty much the exact same thing. Yep, okay. It's kind of funny that you can walk around with all this stuff in your inventory, but as soon as you equip it, then you're too heavy. I mean, I don't mind, just because like picking up items would have become a very cumbersome thing, and it would probably disincentivize people from picking up items if they were like worried about their weight limits. It's still very funny to me overall. Fuck. And so we need to jump back, I guess. I thought there was another spot up here where we didn't need to do that, though. Oh, definitely just a dead end right there. Okay. I guess we could just go up the slope. That's what it was. You don't have to bother with jumping. So let's check out her mushroom. Oh, I need to ember up the next fire, or human up the next fire. Whatever you want to call it. Elizabeth's mushroom. Large medicinal mushroom of Elizabeth, keeper of the sanctuary. Eating this mushroom invigorates the flesh and greatly restores HP for limited duration. Its dramatic effect can make the difference between a warrior's life and death. Katie says you can kill him with a bow in the arena, and you meant if you attack him on the bridge because you don't know if he does something. No, I understood that you were saying at the bridge. I thought you were saying, like, you can kill him at that bridge. I was like, really? I wouldn't have believed that. Emlyn says, to you, the interesting part is the hammer. It can cause the earthquakes and looks a lot like it's more for working than fighting. Stella says, when the stuff is in the hammer space bag, you clearly have the weight. It's negated. Stuff is in the hammer space bag, you clearly have the weight is negated. Yeah. It's just funny. I don't think there's anything up here. Oh yeah, this is just the slope to slide down. And this is kind of the spot where we fought the archer that had the longbow of Ferris and the Ferris set. Oh no, you can just wrap around. Okay. Doesn't matter. And it wraps around back over there. I'm pretty confident. Let's get our shining, get punished for it. Why is this one so like purplish? Just the lighting. Large soul of a proud knight. So I guess with these like little poop looking like structures, they're kind of reminiscent of the dark crystal things. Oh, that really blocks the vision. I was going to try to show it off better. Of like the dark crystals that we can see in the Ringed City. I thought it literally just made the world darker for a second after I hit it, and it's like, what the hell? So there is still that kind of overlap between the Abyss and crystals and darkness, I guess. So as we come here, this is where we found like the Forest Keeper Covenant items, or Covenant in the base game. And this will be our first shortcut that we can access. And then we can go see Marvelous Chester over there. And we'll go back to the main area as well. Just making it easier on ourselves in case we die. Scrub. So there's Marvelous Chester over there on the wall. Didn't show him off super well, but I'm just gonna do that. And that unlocks the shortcut. So this guy right here is Marvelous Chester. Somehow people were able to look at this guy's design and infer that the next FromSoft game was going to lead into a game like Bloodborne. How the hell they did that was beyond me. But it does seem like there is kind of a trend for FromSoft to put games or characters in their DLCs areas, which kind of correlate to one of their upcoming games. So, for example, in not Sekiro, but in Bloodborne, we have Yamamura, who's a samurai, and he kind of has parallels to Sekiro. Marvelous Chester kind of has parallels to the Hunters of Bloodborne. The cat window is there. Is that Storm game, or is that Story of Noah's Ark repeating where you live? So the storm is in the game. You don't get Marvelous Chester in the context of this game. Were they just going for a time traveler from even further in the future? Maybe. It's more likely like a reference to Bloodborne. But even with that said, I mean, there is, what's his name? Leonhard in Dark Souls 3, which is kind of more reminiscent of Chester. Obviously not quite as much, but that would be the other connection you can make. Are you crazy? Does that Colosseum-looking thing... Is it the thing in the kiln? Actually, it does kind of look like the kiln one. I was wondering where I'd seen that structure before when we were in the kiln. And I almost pointed it out, but I was wondering if it kind of resembled what we see with the Profaned Capital as well. Oh, these things make noise. Didn't realize that. That's cool. So let's talk to Chester. Damn ferns. Not gonna work out very well. Okay, maybe just like this then.
Let me guess. Snatched by a shadowy limb and dragged off to the past?
I almost forgot the principal rule of gathering footage. All these yes-no questions. He does look really out of place. Professor says, it's funny, even after you kill Chester and Manus, Elizabeth will still refer to someone nasty in Oolacile, and she clearly means Chester. Reason says, wait, is Marvelous Chester the one leaving the amazing Chest-ahead messages around Guinevere? Maybe. Even though I was on Prepare to Die edition and pretty much nobody plays it anymore, the last time I went through the DLC, I wrote Marvelous Chest-ahead with a question mark in front of Chester. Sekiro is also Shinobi. Every From game has samurai. What's the samurai in this one then? But basically every single From game in recent years has at least one samurai. You're not wrong. But at least Yamamura is the most inconspicuous one. Or sorry, is the most conspicuous one in Bloodborne. But there is the naked dude right outside Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 3 as a samurai. That tower is also in the Painted World. It shows up 3 times. They seem to reuse it a lot, actually. A little bit. Oh, that's actually much better. Well, we did it.
Let me guess.
Oops.
Snatched by a shadowy limb and dragged off to the past?
Wasn't trying to gesture. I need to back up. Okay, that'll be good.
Let me guess. Snatched by a shadowy limb and dragged off to the past? Oh, well, my mistake. But we're both travelers. We ought to help one another out. Did you happen across Knight Artorias, the legendary abyss walker from the old tales? Well, if you haven't, it's just as well. He's a colorless sort, if you ask me. So, what did that giant mushroom make you do? Not that I care. It's none of my business. I've little to talk about, really. Oh, you know me. What do I know?
So we can buy a decent amount of the mosses from him. So aside from the undead dude, he is a pretty decent salesman or merchant, I guess, in terms of like stocking up on some consumables. We definitely don't need this many homeward bones now, but might as well buy some of the fire bombs, because why not? I'm not really using the souls for anything.
So long. Oh, still alive, are you? Think of anything that you might need? So long. Oh, think of... So long. Oh, it's come to blows, has it? Fine, then. I've had enough of you anyway. You damn fool. I am Marvelous Chester. What did you expect?
That was kind of cool. Alright, I didn't realize he had a kill quote, so that was cool. Chester uses the crossbow, and he can like kick the player, as we saw, which is, or sweep the player. And he can throw like a fan of knives, which seem to cause bleed. So I do think even with his combat style, it is somewhat more reminiscent of Bloodborne. I understood what you're saying, Soliloquy. Spectrum says, why is that, Drake? I don't understand your question. Shiva the East? Oh, okay, yeah, you're saying Shiva's samurai as well? Maybe, yeah, he just doesn't quite have the same vibe as the others do, I guess. That's a fair point. Unless Shiva isn't quite Japanese. Demon Souls had Satsuki, 2 has Sir Alan, 3 has the Naked Blade Master. Shiva's just talked about as being a foreigner, even in Japanese, probably from China or Korea or whatever. We try to use that logic which character in Sekiro hints at Elden Ring, so we don't have a Sekiro DLC. That's how they got us. They broke the cycle. That's my point. Robert dad? Yeah, Robert's dad. You might be right there. You guess the East is larger than Japan, looking for openings? You know that isn't how it's meant to be played. We're getting shot by our boy already. Bloodborne Samurai. You need to travel to the East sometime. It's one of the most linguistically and ethnically diverse regions in the world. Yeah, not wrong about that. It's also very beautiful. Stop shooting me. Oops. They can kind of rapid fire though. This is cool.
You win, please. Oh, Please, have mercy.
We pick up Chester's set. We'll check that out. Snickering top hat. Black top hat worn by Marvelous Chester, a man of mystery lost in the past. The wearer of this top hat cracks a dubious permanent grin, the curse of Chester. So as I've mentioned before, smiling in Japanese media is often a portrayal of somebody whom one should not trust. Like, so characters in anime that smile all the time shouldn't be trusted. I think the examples that we used were like Gwyn from Bleach, one of Aizen's henchmen, and who else smiles all the time? I don't remember our other examples. I think Orochi smiles all the time now that I think about it. Unless she's like fighting, I don't know. In Naruto. Stella notices it's Jiren Osiris' voice actor. Effervescent says, there's a reason a lot of publishers put out games in just Japanese and English. There's so many languages in East Asia. English is seen as a kind of neutral language. Yeah, it's the lingua franca of the world. Lingua franca of the world. That it's the neutral language, so that people who speak two different languages from each other will use English to kind of bridge the gap between them quite often in many places throughout the world. What does the sword master do that's ninja-y? Well, he uses the katana and he like jumps around a lot of it, but that's just because of the weapon skill. East Asia's where it's at, man. You love it there. The scenery, the clam, the people, the pretty girls, lol. You can't dig Japan. South Korea is pretty cool too, in your opinion. The hat just screams "Milady." It's not a fedora, it's a top hat. He's rich. Drake says he's more of a Ronin. Yeah, I would agree with that. You heard Elan described as a Ronin? You think a Ronin is a masterless samurai? Yeah, pretty much. So we checked out the top hat. Let's check out his cloak or coat. Black leather long coat hat. Black leather long coat hat worn by Marvelous Chester, a man of mystery lost in the past. This exquisitely sewn aristocratic suit allows its wearer to move in silence, lending well to stealth. So that's pretty much all that we can say with Chester. It is really reminiscent of Bloodborne style, so we'll just kind of leave it there for now. I can live. Dober doggies. So this time we'll say yes to his dialogue. Elan was cool. Really nice idea of having an East and Western Lord working together, even if it most probably ended in tragedy. New highlight clip? Nah, I mean, that was totally intentional. Katie said he used to have the Zweihander. Imagine him having that. With who? Chester? If he was one-handing his Zweihander? Or are you talking about, like, Elan? Black Bloom says, as much as some people think the Law Knights were silly, you think the culture exchange they represented was really cool? Hmm. Alright, I think that looks better, maybe. I don't want to step forward still. Okay, that looks good.
Let me guess. Snatched by a shadowy limb and dragged off to the past? Yes, of course. Exactly what happened to me. We are both strangers in this strange land. But at least now there are two of us.
So not too much of a difference between his dialogue there.
Did you happen across Knight Artorias, the legendary abyss walker from the old tales? Well, if you haven't, it's just as well. He's a colorless sort, if you ask me.
So I guess I didn't mention it the last time I talked to him, but he reveals himself to also be a time traveler. That this is the past, and I believe Dusk also mentions, like, the first time we talked to her that she's from an ancient time or something along those lines. So it just kind of reconfirms what little we know of this timeline, I guess, or this area. I don't know what else to say.
So, what did that giant mushroom make you do? Not that I care. It's none of my business. I've little to talk about, really. Oh, you know me. What do I know?
Pick up some more of these. Wait, did I not buy the other ones? Guess I didn't. That's weird. Oh, I must have hit cancel each time.
So long.
So that's it with him for now. Put elevator back. We got 4 of those left, and we've taken a little bit of damage. Okay. I guess I could leave this, but see it now. Soul of a Brave Warrior. So through that fog wall, we can go fight Artorias of the Abyss. The Abyss Walker. There isn't too much else over here. I think there's another treasure around the side of the building. I might be misremembering. Okay, I'm misremembering. But as we look forward, we can see Oolacile Township, which we can't see at all in the Darkroot Garden. It's a little bit unfortunate. It's a lot bit unfortunate, but it does bring up a lot of questions as to why we can't see so many of these structures when we go back in that time into the future, I guess. I think there's nothing here. Oh, okay, yeah, it's the shaft. I thought it connected into the first one for some reason. This is where we'd meet Alvina for, and it doesn't connect into that other building like it does in the real world, so that's why we need to, like, go see Chester and go trigger that other elevator. But we've already been through that portion of the world. Maybe, maybe not. We've got a crystal lizard. Oh, because we reloaded. I must have just completely missed it earlier. Makes sense. I was probably too busy looking at crystal poop. Oh, damn it, we aggroed all of them. Can't stagger him, so I need him to swing. Solo swing. Need all my stamina back. That's gonna hurt. Oh man, that's so risky. Biscuit for the biscuit, and we almost got ourselves killed with the binoculars, as per usual. But we didn't. That's all that matters. Conspiracy, welcome in. Interesting name. First time we caught one of the streams. Much love from Australia. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, so Chester was supposed to have this Vihander? That's crazy. I'm kind of glad that they didn't give it to him, if for no other reason than Siegmeyer already wielding one. So we're kind of coming through this area a little bit backwards at this section of the area. Because these dudes are all facing us where we normally come from. As we drop down the cliff a little bit. It just connects back to that spot over there. So these dudes have shears or clippers, which are kind of funny. Not too much to worry about though. That would have just dropped us back over there. Okay. Soul of the Brave Warrior. No matter what Chester says, all you're going to hear is gamers rise up. It does make a lot of sense due to how FromSoft games get developed. They would drop the teasers of their later projects in the games, though... Sorry, through Bloodborne was probably... No, you were saying though. Though Bloodborne was probably very early in development, they were doing the DLC. Time travel in a world out of time feels weird. Forest of Friendship, they only want to hug. Someone says, history is full of people using stones from the older buildings to make new ones, so maybe they use the stones from Oolacile to build the Undead Burg and parishes they both still needed to be built. That's a good idea. I think... That's weird. Looking up. Maybe we can't see any images of the Undead Burg, or even Sens in this timeline, which doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. As I think in the original Darker Garden, if you looked this way, you could start to see like the Undead Parish. More buildings that way, but there's really nothing at all over here. So you might actually have something there. And that's also a good point. Even just like the historicity of that statement is accurate. I don't remember if those dudes throw things. Oh, they're just shearing the trees themselves with their clippers. Like it. Oh, so I was hearing those ones over there. Wonder how close I can get. Wonder if these ones are non-hostile. So yeah, these things just look straight up like wood. They don't really look truly human. They've kind of got like hands with maybe way too many fingers, branches. So they're probably just animated by Oolacilian magic, is what I would guess. Now that we've killed that one, the others have stopped working. Become hostile. We pick up a gold coin over here. It's kind of interesting. I don't know why. A gold coin of all things. So we can kind of get a heads-up look into the layout of Oolacile already, although we don't really get a ton of information. That's super useful. But we will like run through like those structures. And I always do appreciate how they like kind of make the worlds consistent, or the levels consistent throughout different parts of the world. That and straight up having structures falling into the abyss. Yeah, that's a good point. Effervescent asks when we're about to finish. So we tried to stream for about 4 hours. I'm just going to go back to the sanctuary and use kindle up the bonfire, and then we'll probably end up after finishing off with Artorias, since we've pretty much just but finished off with this section of Oolacile. And that'll be a really good stopping point for everything. You go to Calamite boss room, you can see it best as it lines up with the basin and the tower. That's a good idea too. So that'll probably be something I'll need to remember for next stream. You're not serious. Oh, I don't remember if there's any treasure up here. It might be worth examining. So this is what would connect into the other building where Alvina was in the base world. Oh, this is the gauntlets. Okay, so now we've got the full Guardian set. And I'm pretty sure there's not a ton of things over here. Oh, maybe there is some more treasure over there. If I die, it's not the end of the world. It'll be in a kind of similar spot. It's all on the way to Artorias. So over here is where we found like the 3 mushrooms. Over that like pond, and there's like a ton of enemies over in this direction right now. I did a kick. Pressed R1 way earlier than that. I just thought I was gonna get hit because it was delayed. Oh, we got stuck by the tree. Gonna do the sweep. Oh, missed that treasure. We'll need to go back over there for that. Crystal lizard in the distance? No, that's not a crystal lizard. Those are just the plants. Now that I think about it, I wonder if the lights that they use are just adult versions of the like glowing plants. So this chest is still here. Can't be smooth. Loot it soon. Oh, that was a bad idea. Should have remembered the tracking. Oh, we're gonna die. Okay, I just went for broke. The ragdolls. It is kind of funny that there isn't more of like a time paradox thing. So we get the blue Titanite slab, and in the base game we get the crystal... No, we don't get the crystal ember. We get the magic ember. So maybe there's supposed to be a connection between blue Titanite slabs and embers. Magic embers. Alright, so now we should be good, like, completely with this section of the map. And the only thing left to do is to pick up that one item and go to Artorias, and then, like, down towards, like, the Calamite area. Worried about them. I'm just gonna run off. No, like, treasure in the distance. You'll Be Real in English. The anime is Cells at Work. It's probably the best edutainment anime you've seen in your life, especially if you're going to be a biologist in Japan. So yeah, when I was saying the other day that I know what I don't know about Japanese, Cells at Work is a pretty good example of where my Japanese is really limited. Like, I don't know biology in English, let alone Japanese, so that one's a bit of a trip for me. I've only seen like 1 or 2 episodes though. So that's it. We're gonna reverse hollowing. No humanity. Okay. Oolacile is the only place to find slabs and chests. So I didn't have too many trouble or too many problems with Artorias my first time fighting him, but I'm going to assume we're going to have like the curse of the streamer at this point and I'm just going to crash or something. So I'll probably just fight him 1 or 2 times with only the 10 Estus, and then if I still struggle after that, I might up it up. But I think we should be good. Like, 10 is typically more than enough, unless you're like fighting a monster like Midir, which is just the tankiest thing in existence. Although others are way better at fighting Midir than I am. Oh yeah, and I guess I never pointed it out, but this area is called Royal Wood instead of like the Darkroot Garden. So once we get to Artorias, we'll save Scum beforehand. I don't know if there's any NPC summons for the fights in the DLC. There might be, I just don't know. And there was the one treasure. I think I'll just leave it for now. Sif for Manus is the only summon in the DLC. Oh, I forgot about that. Brian Young, welcome back in. Been a bit since you've been in here. Just want to say hello. Well, thank you. We are kind of close to ending the stream today, depending on if we can kill Artorias quickly or not. We'll see. But once again, thank you for stopping in. I should probably just get rid of Nightbot's hourly message because I never do it. What are the plans after beating DS1? Honestly, I'm thinking about maybe not streaming so much, just because I want to put the time into making the more dedicated lore videos now that we're close to getting all the footage that we need. So we get Artorias stabbing a bloathead from Oolacile, throwing it at us. And as we see, he does have like a bunch of dark coursing through him. This is one of the fandom's like favorite fights. His attacks are pretty fast and quite a departure from most of the combat in Dark Souls 1. I could probably parry that. It's been a while since I fought him. Oh yeah, I don't want to like dodge backwards. I was trying to run. But... oh yeah, I need to unlock to actually run. It's too early? Okay. So as he like stabs around, you can see like the abyss trails him because it's like infected him to such a degree that it even like falls off of his clothes and stuff. There's kind of a run-in, so let's just go ahead and load this way. Might be a little bit faster. Artorias is weak AF, couldn't even withstand the abyss. You got this, LP. He can't be parried? Thank you, Santiago. And also welcome to the stream. It feels like that thrust is so telegraphed that it should be, but if he can't be, that's kind of cool. It would definitely make the fight harder than Gwyn. Who would win? One of the greatest knights of the Age of Fire or some spooky shadows? Seems like some spooky shadows, because even the gods are scared of the shadows. They're scared of the dark. So my first time fighting Artorias, I didn't realize that he killed like a bloat head. So that's kind of cool that even though he succumbed into the abyss, he's still killing other creatures of the abyss. But whether or not he's doing that because it's in his nature as a human to kill creatures of the abyss, or if he's completely lost his mind and is just killing whatever, is also a bit questionable. And of course, since this is Artorias the Abyss Walker, he is the first, like, Abyss Watcher, the predecessor of them. And I guess one of the questions this fight raises... I don't think I've hit him. Is, I don't remember what my question was, actually. That's gonna hurt? Okay, yeah. Bad timing. I got lucky. That one wasn't so lucky. I don't know how much damage I'm taking. That's always the bad portion of, like, the HUD Rens. HUDless Rens. I don't remember if I can stagger him at all with enough damage. Maybe not. I think this is a big AoE attack. Oh, I should show this off. The binoculars. YOLO it. I think I missed. Okay. Didn't have as much health as I had thought. It's all good. Because I still do need footage of him anyway, so let's try to bait out that AoE again. Stream DS2? I don't want to play DS2, to be honest. Jake says, do you do the editing yourself on recorded vids? You've never seen my stuff before? You're a new sub? Yes. So most of what I've done, well, pretty much all of what I've done right now, is been focused on Bloodborne content. And so once I'm done gathering all this footage, I'm going to start producing more Dark Souls stuff in conjunction with Bloodborne stuff. I'm at the point with the Bloodborne content where I really need to kind of start connecting it to the larger theme within the games. So that's kind of why I've gone down this route. But rather than just gathering the footage on my own, which would probably be like a little bit boring or tedious, I thought, why not stream this to kind of get more in touch with the community more directly. And it's definitely been a blast, and I've enjoyed it. I'm gonna die. Oh, I thought he was gonna hit me for sure that time. Finally avoided an attack after healing. Oh, I couldn't roll. Don't roll backwards. Oh, he has 2 attacks. That's cool. That was actually a cool death. I'm not even mad about that. So, okay, I keep getting distracted. One of the things that I was going to point out and wonder about was since he kills the bloat head, and maybe this was the question that I was going to bring up earlier. Since we see him killing the bloat head and putting its sword through its like skull and stuff, and we see the blood splatter about it, it makes me wonder if, since the Oolacilians are affiliated with the Dark and whatever, and he's been killing them and getting their blood all over him, if that's what caused him to kind of fall into the abyss as well, because he's been stained with their blood, which is kind of closer to the Dark in nature, and with the ties to like the Dark Soul in Dark Souls 3 and blood, it makes me wonder if that was supposed to be the intention with him in the abyss. So let's pay a bit more attention to this now that I'm pointing it out. So their blood's obviously still red, which isn't like the crazy important part. But after stabbing it and whatnot and looking at us, we do see the abyss swirl around him a bit more. And as he lifts it over his head, we see him like get covered with more of the blood a little bit. So there's like the blood dripping. It seems kind of very deliberate. I mean, most of the time they don't really try to be too gruesome with their gratuitous use of blood and violence, despite how the games may seem. I don't remember, does stepping on the ooze behind him hurt? Now I kind of want to heal to test that out. Trying to do like the 8-point rolling, but that's not working out for me. Alright, so now I think we've got enough footage where I can try to fight a bit better. I couldn't have waited like 3 seconds to say that. And just as far as like the particle effects on the boss go, I do like it, and it is kind of reminiscent of fire, and it does a little bit remind me of like the embering in Dark Souls 3. Why would he attack us if he wasn't hollow/abyss-ridden? That's a good question. I mean, I do feel like it is pretty obvious that he has lost his mind. But it's just interesting that it's a bloathead that he's killing immediately on the intro. How much money for you to stream DS2 including the DLCs? I do have the option in the sub-tier list that if you, for whatever reason, and do not do this, for multiple reasons, please don't do it. If you wanted to spend $100, I will stream a game for at least 3 hours. I'll probably switch that to 4 hours just because that's the normal amount of time I stream now. At least once a month. But I really don't want to play Dark Souls 2, and I'm not just saying that to like make you guys throw money at me. I just don't enjoy the game. Breeson says you should check out my BB videos. The translation comparisons he makes are super interesting, and his editing's tight. Thank you. I feel like my editing was definitely a bit scuffed for the first couple of videos, but I've gotten better, and I've learned a lot about video editing, audio processing, and all that stuff as we've continued with these games. Oh, he jumped a bit farther than I thought. Bro, why is my, like, dodge so delayed? Oh yeah, that has 2. Okay. Try to remember that. Sweet. And I was doing the AoE. Then a follow-up. So I need to roll to the side. Okay. Hurt. There's 3! He did it 3 times! He tricked me! Did I get phased? Okay. It doesn't really feel too bad. How do you deal with not seeing your health, lol? So, I mean, having played the whole game, and not even just Dark Souls, I've played through Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 before this without the HUD, you tend to get a feel of how much damage you take, and how much your Estus heals you each time. So, going into like a fight completely blind and not too familiar with the mechanics makes it a bit more difficult, and sometimes the transition between areas gets a bit rough. So there is like a little bit of a learning curve with that, but it's really not too bad once you get used to it. And after a while, it feels weirder playing with the HUD on, just because it feels like really large and in the way. You always assumed he attacked us because he knew we were of the dark. Edie says, earlier you said that you'd probably go play Demon Souls, but now you guess you'll stay until the end of the stream. FFS isn't just joking, you're drunk and listening to live freestyle J-Cord DJing on Kuro Soundworks channel. Conspiracy asks what software I use for editing. I use DaVinci Resolve. It's kind of like professional quality, and it's a really, really good program. I would recommend it. It just takes a little bit of time and effort to learn, but there's a lot of really, really good tutorials on YouTube to make it not as painful as it could be. So if I was smart, I would like equip a bow now and just shoot the crap out of him. Well, he does that. Oh, that was too fast. And then that didn't even follow. I couldn't dodge. No stamina. Oh, I need to switch out my ring too, I think. Not that like my ring would have saved me, but it's just a thought that occurred to me. I don't know if I ever switched it back. I should livestream DS2 sometime though, if only for fun. Artorias will don the slam. Well, do the slam up to 4 times? Oh, okay, holy crap. DS wedge dodge times are brutal. The thing that gets me the most about the dodges in Dark Souls 1 is that it feels like I should have stamina to be able to dodge, but I'll press circle and I just stand there. Mushroom Mommy Art Commission competition to raise money to bribe me to play DS2. Headbanging and screaming is just how they say hello in Oolacile when in Rome. You'll probably play Dark Souls 2 when someone points out a big mistake I make due to not playing it. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, no, I do have my right ring on. So I just need to get good, as they say. I could also just go to the one-hand style. At least not with this attack. I didn't walk in enough. He's bullying me. He is bullying me. I feel bullied. This dude didn't get like the cyber bullying campaign memo, man. Holy crap, that was so delayed. Figures. Okay. I'm done with this dude's crap. Okay, just roll me into him. Okay, now we're good. I didn't run and slash. That sucks. Damn it. I'm probably low for... Okay. That was one of those times where I dodged way early, but it didn't go, and that actually helped me out. Do it again. Damn it. This is such a janky fight right now. Not because of him, but just because of my controls. Oh, yeah, it was totally my fault. Rolled into that attack. So I probably want to start strafing to the right. Yeah, because he's got his sword in his right. So just stay on his blind side. Okay. Well, like I did say, called it the curse of the streamer. Struggling on him, actually. Whereas I think the first time I fought him, I killed him on my second try, and I was like, that's Artorias? It's like my dancer experience all over again, except this time I'm not underleveled. Merkington, welcome back in. Artorias slams up to 3 times? Okay. Thank you. If you look at how the dark trails him, you can see that it's just like Nito's cape, only less. Nito didn't leave it on the floor as much. I don't think. If you're a physical build, you need to be aggressive. Yeah. I probably just shouldn't heal and punish. I don't know if I hit him. Alright, let's go in. Because that's pretty much how I killed him the first time around. Oh. That was surprising. I thought I rolled into him because that's kind of what's been happening to me. Probably too dangerous for that. Oh. That was buffered roll. Why did that roll happen? That shouldn't have happened. I didn't roll to his right. Fortunately, ooh, I couldn't dodge, but I could block. It was always annoying. I almost got killed by the wall. Oh, that was definitely 4. Okay, sweet. Now enough time to heal. Undo the atrocity. That was that kind of play right there. Did not hit him. Okay, I should have rolled. That hurt. That was lucky. That was dumb. That was working out a little bit better. I just need to get better. Renegade Madrid, welcome in. You do not let him get his buff on? Oh, so that's a buff? Okay. First time you fought Artorias, you used the flip ring and kept losing. As soon as you used the regular rolls, you beat him the first try, lol. Your friends were very frustrated when you killed Ornstein and Smo in your first try. The next playthrough took you like 20 tries. That happens sometimes. Yeah, don't use R2s. Probably right, because they miss as often as they hit. The one-arm disrespect. You think 2 will stun lock him? Oh, he didn't do the big jump. That surprised me. Oh, wait. Why did the 2 R1s stun him? Okay, so I could probably stun lock him out of that one too. Okay, so that was just a little bit unfortunate. Okay, so I think I can bully him if the 2 R1s will stun lock him. Or stagger him. Okay. Because I felt like I was getting, in the first fight, I thought I got 2 R2s on him, but he didn't get staggered. So I took it as though he couldn't be staggered. But if I can stagger him, I could just rely on the overpoweredness of the Zweihander to just bully him. Which is probably what I did my first time playing against him. Thank you for the tip. He spanked me. Artorias can spank Brisson any day. Just like the movie It Part 2 teaches us, the best way to defeat a bully is to bully them harder. Kind of. I don't know if that's exactly what the movie teaches. Why are you downloading each death? Just because I think it'll be faster than loading in. And it'll give me, like, I don't have to pilot myself in between the deaths, so I can just read chat a little bit. He's gonna buff. Interesting, okay. Oh, wasn't trying to... Yeah. Oh, we whiffed. I don't have it. Oh, I shouldn't have rolled backwards. This is probably a mistake. Did I kill him? Oh no, I just... Oh, so the run staggered him out of it. Oh, that was the bad one. I should have died. That was buffered. Hey, now I want to do that again, because that was fun. Hey, we got the Soul of Artorias. I might do it again, just for a better victory screen. And that was fun, now that I figured out the meta. Thank you all for the tips. Yeah, I'll probably do it again. So this is the Soul of Artorias, soul of Lord Gwyn's knight Artorias, who is consumed by the Abyss. The legend that Artorias repelled the Abyss only told half of the story. It seems that he was defeated, and his honor preserved by some unsung hero who is the true victor over the Abyss. So as far as the lore goes, that kind of sets up that the tale of Artorias is a bit of a lie, and that we are going to be the one who proves victorious over the Abyss. I do enjoy the overall visual design of Artorias' soul here, because as we see, it is kind of more covered with darkness. It's kind of something you'd see more along the lines of Dark Souls 3, but at least in Dark Souls 1, there is some uniqueness to his soul. And again, at the very center of it, it is covered with light white colors, so maybe there is truth to what Elizabeth says, that he possesses nary a murmur of dark. So let's just do that one more time, and then we'll end the stream there for today. Because it's just a fun fight. 2 R1s on a or a Black Knight Greatsword staggered him, so you think his Zweihander can do the same? Oh, on a Black Knight Greatsword. If he rolls away twice, he buffs. Okay. You like his OST more than Gwyn's, mainly because the following games are making good effort to show that Gwyn was a giant ass, so the sad OST loses part of its punch. Thank you for the GGs and the nice kills. You beat Artorias on your first try with a Black Knight Greatsword build after not playing Dark Souls 1 in like 3 years by just being aggressive with him. It totally makes sense. I just thought I didn't get the stagger off earlier. So it looks like he has a pretty quick recovery time. Because that's how I played against him in Manus when I went through the DLC with the Zweihander my first time. I was just a big bully because my guy I've got a Zweihander, and it worked. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. I didn't have the stamina. It's gonna hurt. Oh, he threw poop. Oh, that was crazy. He like predicted my roll. I feel like a scrub after that one. That was brutal. You can't do that, Snake. You'll create a time paradox. Snake! It also means that Oolacile is already affecting the timeline you were in, as the target legend existed before you came back. Yeah, that's a good point too. The point of Gwyn's oath is to show how far he's fallen and how pointless and sad him linking the flame was. It always does feel a little bit sad when, like, the DLC bosses are significantly stronger than the main boss of the game. Okay, that was the one that got me before. So that's probably what happened to me. Like, I hit him. His little double tap there. The damn poop. Hit him. Why? Why? That didn't stagger him. And then that didn't hit him. Surprised he didn't punch that. Maybe I don't need to roll on that one. I think I could just strafe. Nope. Okay. I do need to roll. Do you think you're the best walker in the legend, not Artorias? I think it is kind of implied that way because we're the ones who stop Oolacile if Artorias cannot. Alright, Effervescent, you gotta hop out now. No problem. I appreciate you staying here and take a... I don't know, don't take anything. Have a good one. And hopefully we'll see you next week when we go live. Hontou ni arigatou gozaimasu. Peace. Damn it. Bro. What is my reaction time? That of a dead cat? All of those dodges there were buffered. How did that catch me? Okay, I probably rolled too soon. Oh, that's not worth it. Not poise through all those attacks. I could equip his ring and probably just poise through half his crap now that I think about it. Use his own strats against him. So the one time I killed him was a fluke, we've determined. I might try it, just for the hell of it. At the very least, we're getting plenty of footage of him. I'm curious now. But it didn't roll at all, and I should have had way enough stamina for that. That's annoying. Alright. Yeah, I can definitely poise through his crap. Oh, I was expecting the buff. Well, we did it. That time it was like a cakewalk. So maybe that just happened like my first time. Not like on the stream, obviously, the first time I fought him. You're just super aggressive, you get him. Well, that was actually a really cool ending too, so I'm really pleased with that footage. I just had to put the shield away and he respected me, I don't know. Don't take it too hard. He's not the best sword in the game if you got the stats. It's all good. I mean, I'm having fun. Like, if I really didn't want to do that or deal with it, I wouldn't have fought him again. Beautiful death screen. Thank you. Walker of the cake. Enter the gazebo. Alright, so that'll pretty much conclude everything for today's stream. I want to, once again, I thank all of you for stopping in, lurking, commenting. I appreciate it all. We will go live again next week at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday, so be sure to join us then, and stay safe in the meantime. Take care, guys.